Mandela African Institution is located right here in Arusha. We are part of your ecosystem. Our research agenda is deliberately aligned with the SME and the industrial challenges in East Africa. We focus on 5 strategic areas where SMEs need innovation most. The first thing is on energy and sustainable production. Manufacturing SMEs consumes a lot of electricity inefficiently. Agricultural processors waste energy in production. NMAST, renewable energy research, is being translated into practical solutions, like the efficient dryers for food processing, solar-powered equipment, waste heat recovery systems. We work with SMEs in trophying their production with these innovations, reducing costs and increasing competitiveness. Tanzania entrepreneurs access to the world through mobile phones. So the other area that we work is on ICT for operations. We understand that Tanzanians access the world through mobile phones, not computers. We are developing applications for supply chain management, inventory tracking, and financial record keeping that work on basic smartphones. The other area that we are competent and we work on is on agriculture and the food value chain. Our newest initiative is the NMAST Dairy Innovation Center, a research facility focused on modern dairy process, cold chain technology, and quality assurance. Smallholder dairy farmers and dairy producers, SMEs, are primary partners of this center. We provide practical guidance on equipment selection, quality testing, and certification. The other area is on environmental sustainability and the circular economy. On this area, we work a lot on manufacturing. We understand that most of the SMEs on manufacturing create wastes, producing generate bioproducts. Our research explores how SMEs waste streams can become inputs for other SMEs, turning cost centers into profit centers through principles of circular economy, the like of waste to energy technologies. The other area of the NMAST, we have a state-of-the-art NMAST innovation-based incubation center, where research meets entrepreneurs. Research that stays in the laboratory is a luxury. Research that solves SME's problem is a necessity. This is why NMAST operates an innovation-based incubation center, a physical space where university researchers and entrepreneurs work side by side. Here is how it works. An SME comes with a challenge. Our processing is inefficient. Our product consistency is poor. Our waste is mounting. Our research teams investigate. We test solutions. We pilot the SMEs. We scale when it works. The SMEs becomes more competitive. We generate case studies, other SMEs to learn from. This is not academic consulting. This is embedded innovations, and it is open to every SMEs in this room. The other thing is on the technology transfer. We say bridging academia and SMEs practice. One challenge in Tanzania is that most SMEs do not know that the solution they need have already been researched. A farmer struggling with crop drying does not know that NMAST, which is the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, developed improved drying technologies. A processor battling quality inconsistency does not know that testing protocols already exist. Technology exists in laboratories, but SMEs do not access it. We are changing this through strategic technology transfer programs. One is industrial partnership where SMEs co-develop solutions with our research teams. Second, training programs, teaching SMEs staff how to adopt and operate on new technologies. On the digital transforms, where SMEs can access technical guidance on peer learning networks. Commercialization support, helping researchers turn innovations into products that SMEs can eventually afford. The other area that I would like to highlight is on the building the next generations, which is entrepreneurs with STEM skills. Business plans backed with research evidence. And this is another angle NMAST and the KLNT, KLI, BDC choose to enter a partnership and maximize impact. NMAST's commitment to this summit and beyond. We are not mere distant spectators at this summit. We are partners who deeply invested. In partnering with KLNT, KLI, BDC, Tanzania, through the unit of Kingdom Innovation and Technology Hub, NMAST with these partners are expecting to establish an SME innovation clinic at the NMAST, where any SME can bring technical challenge, and we assign a research team to investigate the solution. So we welcome all SMEs on this initiative that we are trying to work together with partners of KLNT, KLI, and BDC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the innovation advantages. Why this matters for Tanzania. Innovation is what differentiates. A business that competes on price alone will eventually lose to a cheaper competitor. A business that competes on innovation-based products, more efficient processes, and sustainable approach creates a last competitive advantage. Tanzania Vision 2050 calls for an industrial transformation, but industrial transformation cannot happen without technological advancement. And the technological advancement cannot happen if universities and SMEs remain disconnected. NMAS is committed to closing this gap. We are researching without arrogance. We are open to learning from SMEs practitioners, which is why KLI, BDC partnership as much as we contribute our expertise. We believe the solution to Tanzania's development challenges will come from partnership between researchers and entrepreneurs. NMAS is here in Arusha, ready to help transform SMEs from survival level operations to competitive enterprises anchored with research-backed innovation. Let us work together. Innovation is not a luxury. It is a foundation to growth. With these opening remarks, I thank you for listening, and asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Professor Kivevere. Next is Jason Benedict. He's a senior strategist from the Regent University Center for Entrepreneurship in the USCA. Jason bridges youth entrepreneurship best practice with African reality. He is here to help you extract what is transferable, how to make your business eligible to international capitals, and how to structure operations for scale. With no further ado, karibu sana, Mr. Jason.
Good morning. Honorable dignitaries, respected leaders, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs, it's a real honor to be here with you this morning. 6 years ago, we had the opportunity to meet KLNT in Dar es Salaam for the first time. Who could have imagined all the wonderful things that would have come from that meeting? Thanks to the hard work and diligence of the KLNT team and contributions from the government and amazing partners, wonderful results have come from that initial meeting and the resulting business development centers. We've seen new businesses planted. We've seen tremendous job creation. We've seen entrepreneurs enter into their life purpose. We've seen them develop life-giving goods and services that impact their communities and help create a better future. Back in 2009, when the Regent University Center for Entrepreneurship first embarked on the process of creating the Business Development Center, we were dreaming of a very practical training program that would help incubate and accelerate new businesses. Now, the goal was to create a program that would not be academic or merely theoretical, but that would actually equip entrepreneurs with the real-world skills that they need to start and grow businesses. We didn't want it to just be theoretical, but again, intensely practical. And we're very thankful that that strategy that we had has actually borne out and produced fruit. The strategy is this: we want to identify and empower high potential entrepreneurs. Now, in any society, there's a small percentage of people who are high potential entrepreneurs and who have the potential to start and grow these kinds of businesses. But if you can successfully identify them and equip them with the skills that they need to start and grow businesses, they will in turn bring tremendous change and progress to that society through job creation and economic development and the other things that I've described. And I'm happy to say that this strategy has worked, and it has worked wonderfully. Again, it's not just because of us, but it's because of the tremendous partnerships that we've had and the collaboration that has taken place. For instance, we've seen our entrepreneurs that have graduated from the program start wonderful businesses that have scaled and have grown. And in other places where we initially started back in 2009, 2010, we've seen many of our initial entrepreneurs grow and become the captains of industry in their respective countries. And I'm happy to announce that we're seeing the same kind of thing happen right here in Tanzania. Wonderful potential is developing, and I know that a little later you're going to hear some of those results for yourself, and so I'm excited and I'm looking forward to that as well. So, when I look out across the room like this, I see people that have a heart for SME development. But you're going to hear some amazing things over the next couple of days and over the hours to come. And so I want to elicit your support in something. I'd like to ask you to help us get the word out about what this partnership is producing and the potential that it has. So again, I want to thank you so much. I'm thankful to be in a room like this, full of people that are committed to SME development and to a better future. We're honored to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those two just represent a number of partnerships that we have as a KLNT, because as the patron stated in the beginning, KLNT is actually an ecosystem. We're trying to build an ecosystem to support the small and medium-scale enterprises in Tanzania. So Professor Kivevele from the research institution and Jason represent a broader ecosystem. And for further information, you can contact us and we will give you all information that we have. So now we are going to invite our keynote speaker from the Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zone Authority. For some of you who don't know, TISEZA is the progression from the TIC, the former Tanzania Investment Center. It's a brand new authority. It has a broader mandate, and they're here to explain what they have for you and your business. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Honorable former Prime Minister, Frederick Simai, leaders and organizers of this Arusha SME EXPO 2026, KLNT team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to represent the Director General of Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zone Authority, Mr. Ilater. And before I read his speech, I would like just to brief you on what is TISEZA and whom I am. I am the Zone Manager for TISEZA, so I'm overseeing this Northern Corridor, investments from this corridor. But as the speaker said, TISEZA is a new authority that has come into operation since July 2025, and it had merged two investment authorities, formerly Tanzania Investment Center, which was established since 1997, and the Export Processing Zone Authority, the authority that were licensing export-oriented projects. These two were merged to form this new authority that oversees investment across the country. Now, TISEZA licenses all forms of investment, from startups, SMEs, normal investors, to strategic investors. And it provides a range of incentives to enable these businesses. Now, I like the heading, SME Summit and Investment. Now, you cannot talk of SME if you leave alone the investment. So, you will see now how TISEZA can help SMEs from the start to grow. Now, allow me now to read his speech, but I just want to make this disclaimer that he has allowed me to put some statistics and examples in this speech that are commensurable to this audience and to the subject matter. So while I'm reading what he wanted to speak, but I will also put some highlights on it. So, here he says, thank you for that warm welcome. I stand before you today, not simply to discuss SMEs, not merely to address investment readiness, not only to highlight the trade pathways. Instead, I'm here to show you something more powerful. What is it? How these three elements, SME growth, investment readiness, and international trading markets, form one integrated acceleration system. Now we have taken a key point there. The three elements, they all go together. Consider this reality. An SME that grows without investment readiness cannot access capital when it is needed. A business that achieves investment readiness but remains domestically focused misses exponential growth opportunities. And a nation that develops trade linkages without SMEs ready to compete simply creates pipelines without no water flowing through it. Now, what's the point? The point is SME growth investment readiness, and international trading markets form one integrated acceleration system. They all go together. Let's take example of Tanzania. We are not just implementing policies. We are building a system. TISEZA is mandated. TISEZA mandate is not fragmented. It is a singular to accelerate SME growth by making investment frictionless and market access really. Every single tool we employ does three things at once, as we have mentioned. Let me give you just statistics on this. Tanzania SME sector comprises about 90 to 95% of all businesses. We are talking about 3 to 5 million enterprises, making it a dominant economic sector. And what does SME contribute to the national GDP? About 27 to 35% of national GDP comes from SMEs. And you may wonder, what about employment? They contribute about 50% of total employment in the country. We are talking about 4 to 6 million direct jobs. They come from SMEs. Now, SME is concentrated in what sectors? Well, agriculture, about 40%. Manufacturing, 30%. Services, 25%. Construction, 5%. What do we see here? We are seeing that overall, SME remain to be the backbone of the employment and enterprise growth in Tanzania, and is still growing. Let's give an example. Imagine an SME owner in Dar es Salaam. We may call it Amara. Now, Amara has built a food processing business. She has customers, she has a product, and she understands her market. But she wants to grow to 10 times her operation and employ 50 people and supply regional supermarket chains. Under the old system, Amara would face 3 separate disconnected mountains to climb. Mountain number 1 would be making herself investment ready, understanding her own financial health, operational maturity, and governance standards. That will be a mountain to her. But mountain 2 that she would climb is securing capital to scale, navigating fragmented capital resources, each requiring different documentation. And the third mountain, finding markets, identifying buyers, entering regional and international supply chains, and managing trade complicity. We are glad to say that TISEZA can bridge these mountains. We have commenced, or we have recently inaugurated what we call export market center, where SMEs and small business can go there and get how to start the business and get the international markets for their products. That's one good that TISEZA is doing. So as I continue, you'll see how TISEZA can bridge these mountains. Now, let's talk about 3 pillars that are interconnected. We have pillar 1, which is the investment readiness as the growth foundation. Now, let's talk about this investment readiness. It's a structural foundation that enables both sustainable growth and market access. And here, I'm going to talk about the 6 6D investment readiness of TISEZA. TISEZA 6D investment readiness. The first one is the legal and regulatory dimension. TISEZA provide assistance for company registration. We have one-stop facilitation center where we have over 14 government departments under one roof. So if you go there, you just have a business idea. You just go there, you want to register your company. You want to get your TIN certificate or what. You will get all under one roof. You want to get the help on how to draw your business plan. You'll get it there. Just go there with your idea and what you want to do. So you'll get this assistance, registration, licensing, land, help with the land acquisition of land title and whatnot, and environmental. We have the name key there as well. So you'll get all the assistance under one roof so that you can have legal and regulatory compliance for your startup of your business. The second D is financial and capital dimension. We have minimum threshold for capital, which even an SME can fit in. So apart from that, we can provide you with guidance on how to secure funds from partners and funding fund agencies. The second D is market and export dimensions. This emphasizes on export orientation, especially we have a program called Export Processing Zone, EPZ. We help on market linkages, and we also integrate local and global markets. And the fourth D is operational technical dimensions, which covers technical capacity, production capacity, infrastructure readiness, location stability. So we have zones that are already prepared. And for those Tanzanians who have a very good business ideas, they can come to us and then we can allocate them land to start their businesses. That means if you find a partner, then your contribution could be the land. And then the partner you find, whether from abroad, can provide the financial element from your project. The fifth D is governance and management dimension. TISEZA looks at the ownership structure, management capacity, compliance structure, corporate governance, standards, and transparency and reporting systems. So we have a system to help you govern your business during registration and during operation. And then the sixth one is strategic investment fit dimension, which aligns the national priorities. So industrialization and innovation are key alignment to the national priorities, and that means the DIRA 2050. So we encourage all businesses to invest. So having said that, we see how TISEZA can fit on the 6 Ds that I have mentioned. Now let me talk about the second pillar, which is the SME growth through structured zones and supply chains. TISEZA oversees 5 strategic economic zones. When we talk of economic zones, they are designated areas, well structured, so that you can do your business comfortably there and with the reduced tariffs. Now, this is Anala, Bagamoyo, Kuala, Buzwagi, and the Benjamin Mkapa Special Economic Zone. But we are not just providing land and electricity. Each zone is designated as a growth incubator that clusters SME with the larger anchor projects. let me give you an example how it works. Say a regional food processing facility creates a massive supply demand. That demand does not have to be met by distant suppliers. Instead, we connect 20 to 50 local SMEs as direct suppliers. These SMEs grow because they have a guaranteed offtake. The anchor scales because it has a reliable local supply. And critically, these SMEs are now investment ready because they have proven revenue, documented relationship, and operational discipline enforced by professional buyer standards. So supply chain linkage is not a charity. It is a systematic growth architecture. And it is directly leads to market success because suppliers to professional projects are already export quality. Now on the pillar 3, that is the trade pathway and market expansion. TISEZA guides SMEs through a 4-stage trade pathway. The first stage is domestic mastery. Perfect your product, perfect your processes, build domestic reputation. You know, they normally say, you cannot, if we are cooking at home, and then you are bringing your guests some food there, and then you tell them, just eat, they will be wondering at you, why are you just not even tasting the food? What if it is poisoned? What I mean is, you cannot say you are excelling to the regional markets or international markets if you have not proven, you know, how your products is received in the local market. So what will help you is also to build your local market proof of, you know, local market usage of a product so that it can have international certification. That's one thing that will help you. Another stage is regional integration. You know, as a government, we have these regional globes, regional blocks. We have the EAC, we have the SADC, we have this now EFCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area. All these markets, we have negotiated preferential access. And you know what? If we produce your product in our special economic zones, then you can sell them to the rest of these markets, quota free and duty free. That's one advantage you are getting. And the third stage is strategic global
ninachotaka mjue
We have the
mnakutania
agro
wapi ili
which is
tunapotoka hapa
African
tujue moja.
and the Opportunity Act
Lakini pia nafikiri ni vyema pia ukaandika vitu
we have
tunavyotakiwa
the
kwenda kununua
Europe
hapo
through
ndani.
GSP, so you can gradually grow to this
Sijui
international
chochote.
market. And stage 4 is mature
Nimesema
complete position
nahitaji kwenda kununua chakula.
where we
Sijasema kwamba
we sell
ninajua
global chains
nini na
with
nini.
international brand presence. We can link you with the global
Nasemaje?
markets. We have some, we have the center there now that can link you with the markets, the global markets. So we have talked about these 3 pillars. Now the question is, where do these 3 pillars merge?
Hello?
Well, we have this 5 investment, we call it 5D score access that TISEZA has. 1 is investment readiness, which unlock capital. So SME that score high on our 5D score access are facilitated. Then we have the zone clustering, which we can allocate on the zone. Then we have supply chain integration. Say SME supplying professional anchor projects are already meeting export quality standards, so we can link you with the regional markets. and also with international markets. So all these are interconnected. Now, let me talk what TSES actually do. We are not an SME incubator, and we are not a charity. We are an investment facilitation authority with a singular mandate. And what is that mandate? Remove friction from a journey of ambitious SME seeking growth through investment readiness and market access. That's our goal. So we have one-stop service center that can accomplish that. Now, I want to give an example, which is the capital orchestration. Though TSES does not provide direct financing, but plays a facilitative and catalytic role in mobilizing capital for investors within its zones. And currently, TSES actively support access to traditional financing mechanisms, including investor bootstrapping, commercial banking and finance, microfinance banking capital, asset financing, and more, and many more. So that's what we do for supporting SME. Now, we talked about Amara's journey on our example. Now, let me expound it more. How Amara could expand. Let's assume year one, Amara comes to TSES. We assess her investment readiness. She's strongly operational but weak in financial and governance. We enroll her in investment readiness coaching. 6 months later, she's upgraded her accounting system and has her first audit and has established a 3-person governance board. Her investment readiness score improves from 2.1 to 3.4 out of 5 points. This unlocks access to TSES facility working capital credit of $100 US. With this capital, she upgrades her processing equipment. Have we understood what I've just mentioned? We can help this small business, SME, to put their records properly, to have the financials, which are necessary document required by the banks to obtain loans. So we can help so that this business can acquire loan and expand. Now, that's year one. Year two, we with the upgrade capacity. TSES accelerate her land acquisition and permits in 8 months. She now supplying the antro with 200 tons of processed product monthly. This professional relationship deepens her operational discipline. Her investment readiness scores reaches 4.1 out of 5. She now qualifies for receivable-based financing at $250,000 enough to buy a second production line and hire 15 more workers. Her revenue grows from $1.2 million to $3.8 million per annum. That's the assistance from TSES for this SME. Now, year 3, TSES's trade team identified that Amara's product has a strong demand in Kenya and Uganda. We ran a market assessment, identify 3 institutional buyers, facilitate initial meetings, and help her navigate EAC origin certification. Within 6 months, she is supplying 400 tons monthly across 3 countries. Revenue reaches $7.2 million. Revenue stability, professional operation, and proven growth attract an equity investor. TISEZA helps facilitate a series of investment of 1.5 million for further expansion. We understand now what is happening. Then Amara gets an equity from another investor. Why has this investor decided to join venture with Amara? Because of the proven business experience supported by TISEZA. Now, year 4, Amara is exploring a Goa market in the USA. She is now managing $12 million as the annual revenue and employs 65 people. Direct and supports 4 farmers, supplies indirect. Her business has become a pillar of the Bagamoyo zone ecosystem. She is investment ready. Now, 4.8 out of 5 points, are 5 days. Professional operated and positioned for global market. Amara's journey is not luck. It is not charity. It is a system working. Investment readiness plus zone clustering, supply chain integration, capital orchestration, trade pathway, exponential SME growth. Now, if you allow me to give you some additional examples. I was requested to provide some 2 or 3 more examples. Now, we have Kibo Textiles, manufacturing of apparel and garments for export market. In year 1, Kibo Textile, which is a small garment workshop in Arusha, enters the TISEZA Investment Readiness Program. The firm has a strong sewing skills but weak systems. No structured costing, no HR policies, and inconsistent order tracking. Through coaching, they implement the basic ERP light production tracking, formalize employment contracts, and introduce cost accounting. So the investment readiness score rises from 2.0 point to 3.5 out of 5. Unlocking $150 working capital financing facilitated through partner banks. They upgraded to semi-industrial saving machines and stabilize production. Now in year 2, TISEZA supports Kibo relocation into a sales garment cluster in Dodoma, which is Nala. So Kibo gains stable offtake agreement and the quality benchmarking system. Revenue increases from $900,000 to 2.6 million, and therefore it qualifies for a financing of $3,000 and enable expansion to 2 production lines with 40 new workers. In year 3, TISEZA trade facilitation connect Kibo buyers in Zambia and South Africa through structured trade missions. The firm meets compliance requirements for COMESA, export standards, and begins supplying cross-border buyers. Revenue grew from $5.5 million with export represents 60% of the sales. The firm attracts a regional textile investor, and TISEZA facilitates a $2 million equity investment for automation and scale-up. Whereas in year 4, Kibo becomes a Taiwan sales exporter, supplying uniforms and industrial wear across East and Southern Africa. Employment reaches 120 workers. and the firm is positioned for a goal linked export contracts through compliant production systems. That's a second example. Well, I have two more examples, but because of the time, if you can allow me to skip them, because I think the point has already been taken on board. Now, let me finish with this. So why this matters? So this is not just about individual SMEs. This is about the Tanzanians' economic future. We know Tanzanian Vision 2050 calls for competitive, middle-income economic and industrial transformation, but industrial transformation cannot happen through large enterprises alone. It requires a dynamic SME ecosystem, suppliers, contractors, service providers, and export firms that fuel regional and global competitiveness. Now we have already talked about the three imperatives, which is employment and income, export earning and foreign exchange, and the private sector-led growth. These are very key to growth. So where are we going now? Well, I want to be concrete about what CESA is executing right now. Not in 5 years. Today, we have 5 zones, which I have mentioned, which are Nala, Bagamoyo, Kuala, Buzwagi, and Benjamin Mkapa, which are operational. Currently, we host 47 anchor and major projects with about 15,000 plus direct employments. In this year, we are targeting allocation of additional 2,500 hectares for SME clustering in our zones. Each zone is designated with female entrepreneur quotas and all related services. So we are welcome you SMEs to our zones. Now, the CESA is in the process of establishing what we call SME Incubation Center at Benjamin William Mkapa Special Economic Zone as part of its strategic mandate to strengthen SME participation in sales value chains. The initiative is designated to enhance investment readiness, improve productivity, and facilitate access to finance and markets of SME engaged in manufacturing and agro-processing activities. Therefore, TCESA is currently positioned as a facilitator of sales development and investment promotion, a board focused on enabling infrastructure and policy environment for sectors, a promoter of SME participation in sales value chains, and an institution still at the stage of designing, initiating, and structured MS incubation support. So we have this incubation center at one of our zones. So we'll be training this SME how to access regional and the international markets. And even there will be some international businesses there that they will teach them how to, to add value on their products, how to make their products meet international standards. Now, where urgent focus is needed? Well, with momentum comes clarity about the boldness. I want to be direct that where we need government, private sector, and the development partners alignment to accelerate further. So we have priority number 1 is utility access in the zone locations. We want to make sure that these zones have key utilities so that it can enable businesses and SMEs locate there. But our priority number 2 is the trade documentation standard harmonization. Our SMEs are certified for regional trade, but varying standards across EAC countries create friction. We need Tanzania to lead an EAC harmonization initiative as one standard, mutual recognition to enable our SMEs to access those markets. And our priority number 3 is to target the government support for export value chains. We want the government to help support export for the SMEs. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been speaking too much now. Let me conclude. So, I started by saying SMEs growth, investment readiness, and international trade are not 3 separate challenges. They are one integrated system, and this system we operate at scale. When operating at scale, it transforms nations. So Rwanda built its national leaders through SME anchored export zones. Vietnam lifted 100 million people from poverty through investment-ready manufacturing SMEs. Kenya is building a regional financial hub by attracting professional growth-oriented enterprises. And Tanzania, at this moment, we have zones, we have the frameworks, we have the momentum. We need, and what we need is your partnership, your capital, your policy alignment, your exceptional excellence. With that remarks, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's around 7. It's around 7.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to take a 5-minute break, and 5 minutes means 5 minutes. The comfort rooms, if you go through those 2 doors,
lakini ina tofauti yote whether I take it in or not.
You know, ina tofauti yote for our first panel discussion. All the speakers are here, and one of them is waiting online.
Inasema hata kama check in.
So please,
sintapokea kivyake huko mbele Nairobi.
DJ can have some music.
It shouldn't affect anything.
Karibuni sana.
One luggage ya kilo ngapi? 20 something. Nasema wanisikia?
sufficient?
Microphones.
That's about the best I can do.
Naomba tuingie ndani tafadhali. Please, let's come back in.
That is very clear. It's very clear now.
Okay. Very good.
That is, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, it has been. Yeah. I want to test the voice.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Am I coming out
Not
clear?
yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Ongeza.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Very good.
Then we're ready to start. You MC will proceed for me. Just wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we are all ready. Again, it would be nice if we will fill the front chairs rather than going. If you can see, we're trying to push back. Karibuni jamani. For those who are still outside, we're about to begin our panel discussions. Okay, I think I'll go ahead and call the speakers. We'll have several speakers here, and I'll be introducing one by one as they move up. I will start with Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi. Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi, she's the CEO and chairperson of TAHA, the group of companies. They do have several companies, but it's Tanzania Horticulture Association. So please come forward. So they have been able to build, actually I've been witnessing how they build the industry from ground up. They started building the horticulture industry, and now they do have everything from the horticulture farmers to logistics to everything. She will talk about that herself. And then we have Dr. Joe Mziwanda. If you can come forward. Dr. Joe Mziwanda, I saw him here. Okay. Jason Benedict, we have introduced him before. Jason Benedict is a strategist from the Regent University in the USA. Please take a seat. And then we have Lloyd Ward. Lloyd Ward will come from online. He's abroad. He was supposed to be here, but he didn't make it. But he actually owned a company, which now become an international company. They're dealing with cashews. Lloyd is an American investor who is actually committing real capital to Tanzania, specifically through Tanzanuts. They created a company called Tanzanuts, a direct to U.S. cashew nut initiative. That's not development aid, that's commercial decision. What you are getting from him is the investor's lens, how they look at the small business and how they can support that. What he actually examines before willing to write the check, and what surprised him positively and negatively, especially operating in Tanzania. So he will connect with us through the online, and we can continue. Dr. Jones wanted for that. So Dr. Jones Iwanda is the CEO of Jumbo Freight. Jumbo Freight has operated since 1986, nearly 4 decades, across multiple economic cycles. Sorry. So he knows how to navigate regulatory compliances. You don't operate for 40 years. Is it 40 years, doctor? If you don't know what you're doing. So he will share his experience. We'll have some questions for him, and then we can actually proceed. So do we have Lloyd online, tafadhali? Tech team. Tech team.
This is Lloyd Ward. I am online.
All right, Lloyd. We need to see your beautiful face, sir.
Well, thank you for that compliment. I'm not sure I can live up to it.
Actually, English is not reachable, so it's a handsome face.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tech, we need to see Lloyd. So while they're waiting to see you, Lloyd, welcome to the summit. We hear you. If you can say hello to the audience.
Greetings, everyone.
So we hear you loud and clear. They actually say hi back.
Yeah, how about you?
Lloyd, we've already introduced you to all the achievements that you've made. And I think what I will allow is for the other speakers to put a short introduction of themselves, and then I'll start asking questions. My name is Edmund Liatu, and I'll be moderating this session. And we'll be looking forward to hear from you, sir.
Indeed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So while we continue, maybe I should start from here. If you can introduce yourself with a very short introduction, and then you move to Jason and Dr. Zwanda, and then we'll start ask questions.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mheshimiwa, former Prime Minister. My name is Jacqueline Kindi, and I'm the founding CEO of Taha, but also I chair Taha Commercial Companies. Happy to be with you this morning.
My name is Jason Benedict. I work as a strategist with the Regent University Center for Entrepreneurship. I'm also the co-founder of the Business Development System, the Business Development Center system. And I've been for about 20 years working specifically in entrepreneurship training, SME development. I do this in the private sector through a consulting firm that I run, as well as for the university and in this capacity as an NGO. So very excited to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Doctor?
My name is Joe Mzwanda. I am the managing director of Jumbo Freight. Jumbo Freight is a freight and logistics company. As it mentioned, I started the company in 1986. We are now celebrating 40 years.
Very good. Mr. Lloyd, if you can introduce yourself shortly. Sound. Sound, we can't hear you. Sound. Hold on, doctor.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, greetings to all. And I was just giving my salutations to all the dignitaries in the room and fellow entrepreneurs. I am happy to join. I wish I was there in person, and I am.
Go. Wow. Check. Hold on, you disappear again.
Yeah, it looks like somehow I'm being muted off and on. I'm not controlling that. Might be on your side. So I hope you can hear me again. Can you hear?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. So quickly, I'm an entrepreneur. I am a economic development specialist. I have had many years, 20 years in corporate America, rising from entry level to CEO. I was one of the first African American CEOs of a Fortune 500 company in the USA. I went on to be the CEO of the United States Olympic Committee 1 month after 9/11. After spending 2 years there, I went on to do work around the world. I've been to 120 countries, done business in half of those. I was on the board of JP Morgan Chase, General Motors, and a few other publicly traded companies. And I've spent my last 6 years in Africa, and I will say that mostly in Tanzania, doing what we will talk a little bit about today, and that is connecting Africa, Tanzania directly with the US and global markets with value added consumer products that can change the trajectory of many, many things that we'll talk about. So good to be with you, and I look forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you so much, Lloyd. Since you are connected, and I'm afraid I don't want to lose you again, maybe I should start with you and put this first question to you. And I would like to ask you a question, sir, if you can talk a little bit about the public-private partnership. You have been in Tanzania, you are a direct U.S. market initiative for Tanzania cashews. Now, the public-private partnership are often celebrated in theory, but frustrating in practice, especially for local SMEs who feel they carry the risk while external partners carry the brand. From your position as a US-based investor operating in Tanzania, sir, how do you ensure the value genuinely flow both ways? That means both you and as the investor and the SMEs actually benefit from the cooperation. And how would you know if it was not benefit both of you?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Thank you for that. And maybe it's a three-way. When you talk public-private partnership, we typically think of that as the private sector and the public sector. And there's another level of thinking about cooperation, and that is within the supply chain and the value chain from Africa, from Tanzania to the US and global market. Why don't I talk about the latter, which is cooperation between entrepreneurs in Tanzania and serving the markets in the US and global markets. So the key here is that we have to explore with each other things that we don't typically explore. So there's three things that drive me. One is you must know and serve your in-use market. What I found is that in Tanzania, cashew farmers have little or no idea of how their harvest serves the global market. I found that the C&K processors, cashew nut processors, and that's where you take the RCN, raw cashew nut, deshell it, and extract the kernel. And that is the first level of value added. And it is important. But the value of that C&K into the end-use market was not understood. I entered and I did the reverse. I start with market-driven industrialization. So I look at the economics, I look at the characteristics of the market relative to what it is we supply. I define it very specifically, and then I reverse engineer the supply chain back to the farm, and then I forward engineer the value chain, the money, from the farm to the market. When you understand the activities to serve the market and then the money in it, you can start to develop platforms for success. First thing, know and serve your market. Second thing is follow the money. And I will tell you this, that there's no one in the world that knows the money in cashews from farm to market than me. And not because I'm smart, but because for the last 6 years, I have literally immersed myself in it. I'm currently looking at sponsoring an IPO, an initial public offering, bringing not only Tanzania and its cashew nut farmers and in-country processors, but also the other 14 harvesting countries of Africa. Africa harvests 60% of global cashews. 60. No one knows because 90% of those 60% are sold through Vietnam and India. And Tanzania and Africa get lost in the process. And so the key for us is to operate in unity. And that's my third principle. First, know and serve your market. Second, follow the money. Third, act in unity. I am a U.S. citizen. I am proud of it, even though I am having some issues with the way in which the U.S. is conducting itself recently. But I will tell you this, I'm a proud U.S. citizen, but my soul is African. And I've committed myself for my remaining time on this planet to helping Africa achieve what it always was intended to achieve, and that is with the abundance of resources, 60% of the arable land on Earth, the land that you can grow crops on, 40 to 50% of the natural materials and industrial materials that you need to run a modern society, that Africa should uplift itself with its own resources to participate in the mainstream of global commerce. And I think we do it through those three principles. Know and serve your market, follow the money, and act in unity. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. So I will leave it there, and we'll let others talk, and then I understand we're going to have a question and answer period as well, and we can talk through some of these concepts.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there anyone here who would like to add to what Lloyd has said? All right. So before we continue, I want to add to the strength of this panel here. We do have another speaker. Her name is Joyce Kimaro. Joyce, she works with East Africa Community EPZ project. Now, the GIZ has channeled significant development finance across East Africa. Joyce, if you can come up front. Thank you so much. So she's going to introduce herself briefly because she's coming a little bit. Mama, please forgive me. Thank you so much, but we are honored to have you here on the platform. So if you can introduce yourself shortly, and then we'll start hitting you with some questions. Yeah.
As you have already said, my name is Joyce.
Okay. Doctor, if you can share your okay.
Okay, as he has already introduced me, I'm called Joyce, Joyce Kevin Kimaro. I work with the ESC GIZ program based in Arusha here. We are hosted by the ESC Secretariat, and our exact office is in the former State Lodge, Nyerere former State Lodge in the ESC. So basically what particularly I do, I am an economic advisor within the program, and I particularly support women and youth SMEs within East Africa. And GIZ ESC program is as old as the ESC itself. Our facilitation and support to the integration process has been way back, and we celebrate 25 years of anniversary together with the ESC. So we have been supporting SMEs in various categories: small, micro, medium-sized enterprise, and in all this, we do provide capacity building, we provide awareness creation, we do policy development, and we do facilitate ESC Secretariat and partner states to coordinate SMEs development, regional value chain, and capacity development. So I am here today to support, to talk about briefly my experience as an economic advisor, how the support we've been rendering to SMEs has yielded results, and how ready are they for investment, or how far are we in terms of capacity building the SMEs value chain. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have some questions for you. All right, if you can give her a round of applause, please. So, moving on, I would like to start with Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi. Doctor, you represent thousands of smallholder horticulture farmers. You've built an organization from the ground up. You've been able to navigate the politics between the foreign investors and development, and now your organization is actually self-sustaining. You are not struggling for cash. So before you leave tonight, if you can, yours truly. But I do have a question for you. Foreign investors and development partners often arrive with frameworks. Right? They built for different markets. In your experience as the executive officer who has built the organization from ground up, and you work with the SMEs, in your experience, how often does their diagnosis of what Tanzanian SMEs need match the reality on the ground? Because when they come, they have an idea of what the SMEs want. But when they arrive, there is a reality on the ground. So in your experience, how does that go? And where does it most dangerous miss?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yeah, so I work for TAHA, and briefly I will introduce TAHA and what we do, and then I will now go to the question on how the development partner support is structured towards supporting SMEs and value addition to SMEs on the ground. So we are a private sector apex organization that is responsible for horticulture development, but also horticulture transformation in Tanzania. We run kind of a unique structure where we have a hybrid. It's a kind of a hybrid structure that integrates non-for-profit, but also commercial divisions. So our role as an industry and in the way to support SMEs survival and thriving in the horticulture industry comes actually in three key folds. One, as an industry organization, we are responsible for supporting the improvement of a business environment for the sector. So we work with the government a lot and other partners to ensure that, the business environment as far as horticulture development is concerned is truly conducive for the private sector SMEs development. But secondly, we are also on the ground to support capacity development to farmers, to SMEs, and other value chain actors. And thirdly, which actually form the core of our business, is actually facilitation of trade, market access, and investment. So we work with East Africa, Africa, but also international partners just to unlock market opportunities for SMEs, but also for private sector in Tanzania horticulture. We connect them to the market, we give them information, but also we run structured trade facilitation events like exhibitions where we give platform for SMEs from Tanzania to connect with the world. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. From the commercial point of view, and in a way to drive our market access pillar, we also run two companies. One is logistics. So currently, we are actually the largest perishable handler in the region through Taha Fresh Handling Limited. So we provide integrated logistics support services to private sector in Tanzania. So if you are an SME in this room and you're looking to export your commodities from Tanzania to wherever in the world, we have solution for you. We don't want you to think about how to get your cargo from Tanzania to the global market. We provide that service to almost 99% of investors, almost 90% of investors in Tanzania. But again, when it comes to market access, there are compliance issues. Na hii ni muhimu sana kwa private sector humu ndani kuelewa. We talk about unlocking markets, but again, market comes with conditions. Market comes with stringent measures. So we have a framework that is through actually our another commercial wing that is provision of support services to SMEs and exporters to understand the market governing protocols, build their capacity, facilitate accreditation and certification of these companies so they can comply. So responding to your question, in the horticulture industry and from the practical experience, we are not driven by the outsiders coming to support us. We drive the boat. We are always sitting on the driving seat. In addition to the capacity building to the sector, our core role as an industry organization is also to guide investment towards the industry. It could be private sector investment, but also it can be development partner investment. So we sit on these negotiation tables with development partners discussing the priorities of the horticulture industry in Tanzania. And in that way, we actually guide how the development partners would actually channel their resources to support whatever that they are to support in the horticulture sector in Tanzania. So it is kind of demand-driven process rather than, you know, the sector being the recipient of some of these development support. So that is how we have been actually working and relating with development partners in Tanzania.
Very good.
Yeah,
that's a super
yeah.
answer. So the takeoff here is when you are getting an investor or someone coming to your business, you have to know what you want.
Exactly.
The problem is you need to understand. Otherwise, of course, they will dictate the terms.
Yeah.
And then you start complaining that we're not getting what we want. Thank you so much. Do you have any? Are you finished? Are you done?
So the one brief one, we know the challenges.
Yeah.
We work with the private sector. And in this room, I see a number of our stakeholders, our beneficiaries. So we know what they need. So that is what actually we take to the table when it comes to engaging with the development partners across Africa and beyond.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Now, the next question is to Jason. Jason, you're a strategist. So we know you think things through. Now, Regent Entrepreneurship Framework is built around transforming people and nations through business. Now, specifically in the African context, what does your center offer a growth stage SME in Tanzania that local mentors, banks, and government agencies cannot? And where do you genuinely have less to offer than you might expect?
Thank you very much. I think that I would first respond by saying it's not what we can offer that they can't, but it's the way that we can partner together to offer a more complete package. You know, when we first developed the BDC concept, we did a lot of research into entrepreneurship development. We found that many of the training programs out there were not producing very good results. Entrepreneur success rates were often measured in the single digits. You know, a successful program would have perhaps 7% of their entrepreneurs matriculate through the program and actually start or scale a business. And so we did research into what actually produces entrepreneurial success. One of the statistics that we stumbled across in our research is that one of the most successful demographics within entrepreneurship are the children who come from entrepreneurial families. In other words, the children that are raised in a home where the parents are entrepreneurs. Well, that really piqued our interest, and we said, you know, why is that? And when you look at that closely, what it is that throughout a lifetime of growing up in an entrepreneurial household, these children pick up a lot of things. And they also inherit a certain set of relational networks and a lot of know-how that they might otherwise not have had. So you can relate this a little bit to the ecosystem concept. It's almost like they've been born into an ecosystem. And so when we were building and designing the BDC, we said, what could we do to go beyond merely training, but actually providing entrepreneurs with a surrogate family, an entrepreneurial family, if you will. And so one of the ways that we've conceptualized the Business Development Center is it's an entrepreneurship family. And so that's been the experience of many of the people that have gone through our program. They know that, the entry into the program isn't like you're just earning a certification, but you're joining a family that will persist with you beyond graduation through providing you access to markets and connections, just-in-time training, various things like that. But that ecosystem bit is tricky. What we've realized, and is what we've particularly seen through KLNT here in Tanzania, is that ecosystem takes broad partnership. And so with banks and the other kinds of entities that you described there, and so we're very eager to partner and work together to create a larger ecosystem. But again, the way you can conceptualize the BDC is it's like an entrepreneurial family, but it's also no nonsense, real world training that's action based, so that when you finish the BDC, you have a specialty. If you finish, let's say you finish a program, a young person goes to a VOTEC program and they study auto mechanics. Well, when they finish that program, their specialty is that they can repair an automobile. They're an auto mechanic. People say, well, what is the specialty of someone who has finished the BDC program? This is what we like to say. Their specialty is that they can identify opportunities. They can see opportunities and then build the appropriate business model that will engage that opportunity in a way that is consistent with their life purpose.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. The next question is to Dr. Joe Mziwanda, the founder and CEO of Jumbo Freights Tanzania. Joe, there is a common argument that Tanzania businesses, especially the SMEs, are undercapitalized because banks will not lend to them without collateral that they do not have. Most of them do not have the collateral that suffice the requirements of the bank so that they can get the money. But there is another argument that says many SMEs are not yet bankable. And the problem is internal, not external. Which argument do you find more honest based on what you have seen over your 40 years of operation?
Yeah, with me, I realized that issue. And what I've been doing, when I get a surplus, I always invest in real estate because land is always appreciating. There's no depreciation with land. So I look for opportunities where I can invest in real estate, and that's what I did. So when the company was growing, it means then it was easy for me to have collateral, to have funding from the commercial banks. That has made Jumbo Freight remain growing without the issue of finance.
Okay. Yeah. But how would you answer the question that I asked?
Ask me again.
Okay. So the question was, that there is an argument that the SMEs are not bankable. There is also a question of collateral, that the banks are asking collateral that some of the SMEs cannot have. Because you have been in the industry for 40 years, and yes, you have been able to sustain yourself, but majority of the SMEs cannot. They'll have to rely on external funding so that they can grow.
Okay. One very important area to note is that you must start small. Small beginnings are very, very important. Unfortunately, many people, when they have money, they want to start at a very large stage. But you must, even if you have the finance, you must start small. Why? Because business has a lot of challenges. And for you to be able to handle the challenges, then you have got to start small so that you can know and learn slowly as you grow. Then you will be able to defeat any challenge which comes in your business. So that's exactly what I did. But when doing that, as I said, then I was looking at the real estate area, because that is an area which I believed if there is an issue, then I'll be able to get finance from the bank.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, Joyce, a question for you. If you can, do you have a microphone there? All right, good. So you work primarily with women, correct? Yes, and you try to help them grow, expand their markets. And among ourselves here, we do have SMEs. Now, I would like you to speak in generality. I'm always concerned, sometimes we focus too much on one group. For example, we focus on women, while actually the issues run across both genders. So in your answer, I will expect you to be a little bit general so that at least it can help. But I will bank on your experience as you explain. What do you think are the barrier for a lot of SMEs that they face in regional trade? You are working with East Africa community. That means you're familiar with a little bit with that. And how can they be addressed? And what do you think the SME should do so that they can take advantage of all those programs that are available for them to grow and scale?
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, the EAC is expanding every now and then. Now there are 8 member states, recently joined by Somalia. Initially, we had only 5, and they started expanding. That means the market is also expanding. We are now at 300 plus million people, population in East Africa, and that means it's a wider market that the women and youth normally have to take advantage of. And I would also like to underscore that majority of SMEs are women and youth who are trading across borders. Isn't it? Yeah, they are the majority. And these people are vulnerable to a lot of external shocks. We witnessed COVID-19. Some of them were actually climbing to medium size, or some were climbing from micro, small. But some of them died completely. Am I lying? Some people were taken out of business because of COVID-19, and they are just coming back. And as they come back, we also see that there are new entrants into the market. So this kind of capacity building I'm talking that we have to be providing to this has to be continuous, because if you give it a one-off, even what they have learned earlier because of these different shocks will disappear. So we need to continuously do refresher training and awareness training on the ESC policies, cross-border policies and regulations that guide cross-border trade. Because this is the most important documents that they have to use. The simplified trade regimes, the rules of origin that they have to know about, and also the products that they can really trade profitably across the EAC. So these are some of the challenges, external shocks, one, but also internally, these people also, as we said, some of them have been said, lack of capital. For them to be able to expand, they need capital. And women, most of the time, because they do not inherit land, you know that culturally, they then definitely are knocked out of this. So because of lack of collateral materials, they cannot access bank loans. And also, they do not have, financial literacy, to be able to understand when they go to get credit, what does this credit value means? How am I supposed to repay? You know, how they package this system sometimes defeat women understanding and youth. So these are some of the challenges that they face. But also apart from that, in terms of getting market beyond their locality, yeah, they understand that their local markets, when a woman sells a product, say within Arusha, she's comfortable. But they do not know that there is market beyond Arusha, When you cross to Kenya, to Namanga, you'll find that the value of your product actually increases. So this market intelligence has to increase among women so that they're able to trade across. But also there are standard and customs procedures at the border points that these women struggle to understand. Sometimes the information is missing on the boards. You reach the border, they're stranded, they do not know how to get. But also the harassment or the harshness from the customs officials also discourage the SMEs, women and youth from trading across borders. So briefly, these are some of the challenges, but there are way more. So what we are doing is basically to build capacity, continuous training, and also working with partners like Taha and on regional value chains to increase value chain so that they're able to export to other countries. But also creating awareness. We now have the continental market coming up. Yeah, and some of them are part of the East African countries. Who are those who are ready to take advantage of this? So we provide that ready market opportunity by creating awareness on how they can tap onto this market so that they can grow.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So before opening the floor for questions from the floor, and I would like for the people to have the microphone ready so that you can actually give somebody a mic so that they can ask a question. I do have a question that's cross-cutting. And Lloyd, if you're still connected, are you with us, Lloyd?
I am here.
All right. So I do have one last question, and this is for all the panelists. So feel free to floor and give us your opinion. And maybe I should start with you, sir. Where should SME with limited capital? You work a lot with small holders, the cashew growers, right? So where should the SME with limited capital start? And what is the biggest bottleneck to their access to the market? And this should be the question to all of you, so you should be thinking as Mr. Lloyd is responding.
Okay, so access to affordable capital is one of the things that must change for Africa to scale into not only the global markets, but in serving the domestic markets as well. Cost of capital is extremely high, 2 to 3 times that of the developed world. Working capital in a 15 to 21% and investment capital in a 15 to 30%. The thing that I find is that most entrepreneurs do have a pretty good handle on the CapEx. That's capital expenditure for buildings, land, equipment, and the like. It's clear, easy to define, but often fail, and this is true in the U.S. as well, often fail with a lack of understanding for working capital. Working capital is essential in running a business. Working capital is essential in expanding and growing your business. Working capital is simply the money you need to buy the inputs, the raw materials, and convert them into finished products, sell the finished products into the market to get revenue to pay for both the inputs to feedstock and the processing costs and other expenses. You have to have working capital to be able to get to a viable business. And most entrepreneurs do not understand or do not represent the working capital that they need in their business, and they fail, whether they're in the US or whether they're in Africa. I will tell you that the in-country processors in Africa for cashews right now that are in operation, have physical facilities, are not able to grow their business, not because of investment capital, but because of lack of access to affordable working capital. We need to work on both investment and working capital to be more affordable to Africa in order for Africa to grow and become a part of the global supply chain.
Yeah, thank you very much. In addition to what Lloyd said about lack of capital, of course, talking about SMEs and markets, and in relation to agriculture sector where I come from, the markets are there. There are huge market opportunities within the countries like Tanzania, in Africa, but also internationally. After, for example, FTA brings about market access, expanded market access, 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. That's huge for us. But the major challenge that our SMEs face is One, infrastructural challenges, how to connect to the market, inefficiencies in our logistics support system. Sometimes it is even easy to actually trade with a counterpart in Europe than Uganda and Kenya. And SMEs traders who are here would actually agree with me. Sometimes it is easy to trade with a company in Holland or Madagascar than actually moving cargo from Tanzania to South Sudan. So as Africa, I think that is a big area that needs to be improved. Of course, inefficiencies in our ports. Again, at our border crossing, Madam mentioned it. But another big challenge which I want to actually echo what Madam from East Africa mentioned, it's actually information asymmetry. We don't provide our business community with the right information that can actually aid their connectivity, that can actually support them to tap into market opportunities. And this actually comes from coordination between parties. You find the private sector is not very well connected to the government. And when we talk of PPP, you find even the government, there is no public alignment, and also public-private or private-private alignment. Institutional uncoordination actually prevents some of the private SMEs to actually get access to information like business opportunities, but also trade regulations. We are talking about these protocols. East Africa Protocol. After now, we are talking about the Continental Protocol. But if you ask the SMEs in this room, do they really understand the trade provisions that come with continental integration? Some of these things, we discuss them in the boardrooms like this, and we don't translate some of these trade protocols, provisions into user-friendly material that can support businesses on the ground. So that is one of the biggest challenges that is actually facing companies. The last one that I want to actually discuss is our business environment, the ecosystem, the uncertainties of our policies and regulations. You don't know what the government will announce tomorrow. Isn't it? You don't know. There is no consistency of the policies. So you as a trader, you just wake up not knowing what new would come with relation to tax, levies, and these other things. So all these are actually challenges that actually prevent or hinder SMEs from becoming sustainable, competitive, and of course inclusive growth. So how as the private sector and government could actually work together to ensure that policies are pro-private sector investment? How do we make sure that every year there are no new announced policy announcements? So I think that those are some of the key challenges that affect SMEs development, not only in Tanzania, but actually across Africa. And of course, there are issues to do with capacity. And one thing that I wanted to echo what Lloyd mentioned about Keshu. Yeah. Our SMEs or private sector in Tanzania are mainly into fresh raw trading, movement of rice, movement of maize. We are not adding value to the commodity. And now when you look at the shift, the global market shift is actually about value addition, processed commodities. I was in, sorry, I'm taking your time, but 1 minute more. Last year, end of last year, I was in Norway, and I happened to actually engage with big importers, big companies that are actually importing commodities, agricultural commodities from Africa, from the world to Norway. They were telling me, Jackie, now we want to come to Africa, but we are not coming for fresh. We want to actually identify private sector SMEs that are able to actually supply Norway and EU with value added quality, but commodities that actually comply to market standards. So again, I'm coming in. Do our SMEs understand the marketing governing protocols, the standards, the compliances. And where the challenge is when it comes to market access is some of these protocols are private sector driven. The standards are many, and most of them are not recognizing each other. So there are new standards that are evolving in the market space, and we need to come up with mechanisms, TAHA, government, EAC, to help SMEs understand the SMETAs, the global gap, the ISOs, so they can actually dare to go global and engage meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel as if you deserve an session. Jason,
I think you may believe in what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, yes. You know, I don't think I'm qualified to speak as much to some of the systemic challenges with investment here in Tanzania, but what I can speak to is some of the commonalities that entrepreneurs are facing here in Africa, but also in Asia and even in the United States where I work with entrepreneurs. There's this common struggle with finding investment. There's a common struggle with capital development, and some of the same issues are at hand. I understand that there are also systemic issues, like I said, and I don't feel as qualified to speak to those. But when it does come to those common challenges that entrepreneurs everywhere are facing, the BDC can help with this. We help with some of the basic business skills that people need to be able to become more bankable, to become investment ready. And so simple things like, I appreciate what Ward said about many entrepreneurs haven't come to grips with their working capital needs. Well, we can give entrepreneurs those basic business skills to do things like pro forma cash flow statements, calculate their working capital needs in addition to their OPEX needs and those kinds of things. And so when someone finishes our program, they have confidence to be able to say, you know, this is how much I need. But not only that, you know, in future stages of their growth, those skills are still with them, and they know how to do those calculations and go to the market. And through things like investment expos and other training that we offer for investment readiness, there's some help there as well. So that's what I can speak to.
Thank you. Dr. Mzwanda, anything to add? Okay.
With me, I've got a different approach. I'll give you a case study. Someone from the University of Dar es Salaam with his master's, he came to see me to ask me how to go about to be an exporter of fruits. Tanga, oranges, oranges from good. And people from Kenya, they come to Tanga to buy oranges, pineapples, and then they export. Now, he came to ask me, why are we not able to do that? I want to export these fruits. So I told him, do you have the capital? He says, no, I don't have the capital. So I looked at him. He had a very good watch and a phone, which is very expensive. I told him, listen, there is no gain without pain. You must create pain always in life. If you want to grow, if you want to gain, you must be ready to go into pains. Now sell that watch and sell that phone you are having. You will get capital. Because if you want to export fruits, first you must go to a local market like Kariakoo, Buguruni, you know, places like that. The typical local, you know, where food stuff is there. Go there. With 50,000 shillings, you buy oranges from Tanga. Why do you do that? Even if you've got 200,000, start with the 50,000. Then you will know after how many days these oranges will be able to survive. Because if you buy for 200,000, it means you're making a mistake. You don't know the challenges.
Yeah.
So you think you are so rich. So I told him, now when you do that, then you will know, you learn about oranges, you will learn about pineapples and all that stuff. Now I said, the next stage, don't start the export. Take your fruits to Zanzibar. Go to Zanzibar. Find people who can buy your oranges, your pineapples, whatever, so that you can learn the challenges, the way they pay you. Now, what games are they playing? Before you go to, outside the country, you go to Zanzibar. This guy did the same. He started with 50,000. 50,000. The problem was his colleagues, when they saw him at the market, they were laughing at him. What are you doing here? And this is the mentality. The problem we have is mental attitude. You should always be ready to go into pains, because without pain there is no gain. If you know, if you have that attitude, I'm telling you, you will be somebody very different. And he did that. Now let me tell you, after I think it was about a year or so, the government bought a refrigerated plane. This guy started exporting fruits, oranges, etc., etc., to Sweden, and he mentioned Italy. Now he's a rich man. He came back with a very big envelope full of dollars to give to me. So what I'm saying is that, okay, the mentality of people, they want always to start big. Yeah. And let me tell you something. All those people who are going to the bank, if you have not done that business, you take a loan from the bank, 80% failures. 80%. Ask a banker, there must be bankers here, because you don't have the experience. You've got to start from small beginning so that you can learn about that business. Then slowly you grow. But people, they just want to rush. No, let me go and take a loan. You take a loan, then you start big, definitely it's going to fall. So I want to encourage you, if you want to do something, start small, then it grow. And you should not expand your business within 3 years. This is what I've learned. You can diversify. Jumbo Freight, we started as a clearing and forwarding company. Imagine for 10 years. For 10 years. Then a client tells you that we've cleared my cargo. Now, can you deliver it? We don't have a truck. But we did not rush. We hire from somebody else so that we can learn about transport. 10 years after, now we want to buy trucks. So what we did, but when there is no business, where do I park these trucks? So people, they don't go that far. So I had to look for a yard. When I go to a yard in Dar es Salaam, they are telling me it's $1 million. It is 1.5 million, $800,000. What? So I had to be creative now. What do? I want to buy trucks. But when there's no business, where do I keep these trucks? Okay, so I saw somebody, those people from Dar es Salaam, in Mikocheni, there's a shopping center there. It was a dam of water. This guy was filling it with the soil, a lot of bricks, stones, and then it is flat. Then that he built a very big building. Now I did the same. I went around looking for somewhere, because all the areas are very expensive. So I had to look around, and I also filled a dam of water. I filled it, and now it is 11,000 square meters yard. Wow. That's the yard, yes. Then I started with the 10 trucks. And the challenges of transport, there are so many. and they come from east, west, like storms to finish you. So I said, but no. Positive attitude. Challenges are coming for my own good.
Okay.
I am not going to close.
Very good.
I'm not going to close. How comes these other people, they're doing the same business successfully? Why not me? Why not me? So I made sure that I was not going to close.
Okay.
So that I started with the 5 and then 10. And now we've got more than 100 trucks. But that is experience.
Well,
so what I would like to say, yes, we are lacking this knowledge. People, they want things, to come today and tomorrow and the day after. No. Business is not like that. I'm telling you, rapid growth, you will end up into failure.
yeah.
Even if you've got a big capital, start with a small capital so that you learn. The challenges of business, they are unique for every business. Unique. You cannot ask somebody who's doing ABCD, you ask him to tell you what the challenges are. No, what you are doing there, you have got to make sure that the challenges will come. Mental attitude, positive. They're all coming, they're not coming to destroy me. This is for my own good, so that I learn about ABCD. Then you start growing.
Thank you so much.
That's how it happens.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. And what I love about that is a change of mindset. We've been talking about access to capital. We complain we don't have money while we have a $700 watch. So, by the way, did the guy sell the watch?
Yeah.
Did the guy sell that watch?
He sold the watch, and he sold even the shoes. He had several pairs of shoes.
Yeah.
He sold them. He came to tell me,
thank you.
I know I've sold this.
Yeah.
Because of the pains, it means now you'll be working hard. You'll be a fighter.
Of course.
You want
If
to
sell
fight
your
your way
watch.
because you lost this and that, and the pains are there.
So I guess the participants, you are learning something here, that there's a very different way of skinning the same cat. We don't skin cats, but if you have to. And it starts with the mindset. It starts with your determination. It starts with you knowing your product.
Yes.
How many days will it take for the orange to go bad?
Yeah.
Joyce, do you have something to add before I open the floor?
Thank you. Now speaking last, after all these people have said a lot, it's not easy, but I will try. Now, we realize that capital is the most important challenge. It's among those important challenges that we experience. I'm talking from the perspective of women and youth, So most of the time, if you get capital, mainly from your husbands, from uncle, from your work environment where you've saved. So now you start your business. And in the process of doing this business, you're also taking part of this capital for domestic use. Instead of investing and saving it, you find that you are taking a part of it for school fees. You are taking part of it for, at the end of it, the capital that you have has been drained in the domestic work rather than business. And this is very common for women. So you realize that at the end of it, you have not even documented this business or the capital that you have. How have you expended this money? Yeah? What were the expenses? What were the revenue that you got? And what is the profit? What has remained of this capital so that you can invest in the next product that you're going to do? So this is a very big challenge for SMEs, especially women. They tend to use some of their capital for domestic use. And because they are more attached to domestic chores, that is their nature of being a woman. But the fact is that you have to be creative, as my brother said. You have to be creative and also innovative in how you use the capital so that your business does not die. Otherwise, you will never be investor ready. So you have to be able to calculate, this is my capital, I'm never going to touch it for any of my domestic use. So that you make good and effective use of your capital. Then slowly, once you document your capital, how you've used it, the revenue, and also the revenue target that you intend to get for you to grow, then the investors will be able to see how serious you are intending to grow your business, and then they will come in to support you. But most important thing that most of our SMEs do not really practice is the aspect of sustainability. There are so many sustainability issues that investors are looking in SMEs. Number one, are you doing climate smart business? Some of them will never give you money if you are not practicing this. Are you increasing carbon emission? You are increasing carbon emission and you are not knowing. You are causing climate change. Then these people will say, no, we are not supporting this kind of business. So however much you have pre-pitched your business and it is sounding so nice, but because you are violating the environmental compliance, they will not give you that. Number one. Number two, do you have the necessary policies in place? Audit report, for example. Are you doing your audit annually? Are you having the financial record that is required? Are you digitalizing your systems? My brother somehow mentioned in the morning, without digital systems, you are not going to be able to expand to reach the required market. Because if you need to expand, you need to digitalize. Otherwise, you will be doing things manually, and you know manually you never grow. Because something that you can do in 2 hours, you'll be able to do it in 2 years. So right now we are working into a digital era. My brothers and sisters, let's digitalize our business. Record all your products into a system, computer, and all the products that are sold, ensure that they are recorded so that you're also able to track how your business is going. Yeah. That is one thing I wanted to emphasize. But also in terms of partner development, ensure that you are engaging in accelerators programs that are being developed. There are so many of them coming up. Ensure that you are prepared. You prepare your presentation, you prepare all your documentation, go and present. It doesn't kill a fly. You are just trying. What will it cost you? Many of them are getting partnership and they're getting investors simply because of taking advantage of the opportunities provided by accelerator programs and all these incubators that they are coming up, including the one that our father here is presenting to you. Prepare yourself. Go present yourself. Show that you know something and you really want to progress. If you don't show you are ready to progress, no one will come to invest in your businesses. So I really submit. But one last thing, I know this goes to our brother. You know, when women progress, men also progress. Yeah?
Is that a fact?
So if, one last thing I want to say, because this is something that is really a hidden barrier, that is really an obstacle to women growing their businesses. You know, the agency, women do not have agency. When I say agency, they're confident to talk. How many of you can talk like the way I'm talking? I'm not saying you cannot talk, please, so don't say you can. You can talk, but I'm saying the confidence to go beyond talking within family, but going out to sell yourself. You talk in a presentable manner that when somebody is hearing you, will say, oh, no, that one, I must go for that one. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Build your agency. But number two, the most important point I wanted to say was that men should really support women while they do business. Don't allow a woman to say, you are meant to be at home. You are supposed to cook for me, wash for me. Let the woman can also hire somebody. You know, it is creating a job. The chain is going, you know. She's also supporting another woman get an income while she's also getting more income to support you. Tomorrow you don't have a job. This is the same woman you are underrating will be the one supporting you. Who else will support you? Yeah. So what I'm saying to our brothers and fathers and the uncles here, please support these women. Do not sit on them too much. Give them that freedom as long as things are going well inside. Because when you are two of you in the house and all of you are earning, I'm telling you, will enjoy life. Yeah. But the moment you make one only be the one providing, tomorrow that business is collapsing, then the problem is even more. Because children will come crying, all of them looking at you. Right. Who will be the one providing? So business is important, is a pillar of economic backbone for the family, for the country, and for the globe. So let's work together to support each other. When a man supports a woman, the business grows, the economy grows, the children grows, education, everything. So when you support a woman, you support the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so, you know, I'm listening here, and I think we have way too much to offer. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. So I'm going to open a floor for 3 short and clear questions. and then they will respond, and then we'll close. I know we are running late, but I think sometime we're Africa, so time is not an issue. The content is an issue, right? But we'll try. We'll try to manage the time. I'm just saying that to justify. So if there are questions, you can lift up your hand. Wow, I said 3. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Okay. So the ushers with microphones. Let's start with Mama there. To the right? Yes. Please make it short and introduce yourself. What do you do? And then if you have a specific panelist that you want to address, then you have to mention their name, right? If it's for them, for all of them, you say this is for all of you. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Asante Sana. My name is Mama Santa Joyce Lake from Uganda.
Uganda.
And particularly northern Uganda.
Nothing.
I do press oil. I'm into oil seeds. Number 1 is shea. Number 2 is sesame. Number 3 is avocado oil. You can't limit me too much because there are things that I need to vomit out before I go. But I'll try to be brief.
Try.
Number 1, I want to talk to my sister, my daughter. I don't know what I can relate to her. Number 1, the shocks you are talking about to these women during the COVID-19. The other shock is about, you know, in Uganda we have over 20,000 girls who produced out of wedlocks. And that is a very, very risky business in women. The men enjoyed them because they were out of school and they got the children. And now those children are risked their lives. How do we handle that? Thank you. Now, number 2 is, while you say SME, but in a situation, in a summit like this, I think there should be a thin line drawn between S and M. S is the majority. M are not very many. But we want to put them together. But the challenges these two bodies face are different. Very, very different. And I don't know how many are MEs here and how many are SEs in this room. The question goes to 1, 2, 3. My daughter here, that big doctor, sorry, let me just leave it at that, but you know what I'm talking about. Number 1, it is also sad to say SMEs are not bankable. And yet you can come again and compromise by saying we are the backbone of a nation. And how do you say I'm not bankable? Number 1, he said it very well, that we don't speak very loudly because at certain point we feel shy because you think you are not going to say the right thing. But trust me, sit down with these SMEs. Give them your time. Let them speak slowly. You'll find they are bankable. I can tell you, without SMEs, a nation does not have tax. Don't talk about MTN, M-Pesa, and the likes of Mr. Lloyd, the likes of... No, they came from somewhere. Some could have even been the SEs. But for us in Africa, to be specific, we have that kind of tradition that, especially women, if you hurry me, I won't tell you the truth about myself. But if you give me time, I'll tell you slowly and you find that I'm bankable. Now, going to the working capital, for example, if you go to the bank, these bankers just rush you because it's a business entity. They don't want to take risks. They want the risk to be onto their clients. And a woman like me, maybe I look money, for example. If I stand like this and say, Mama is rich, I don't refuse. Because what I have, you don't have. And let me tell you, by the way, women are extremely rich. You see a woman getting pregnant, carrying that child for 9 months, bringing the child up to the level of who we are today. That is real money. You translate it into money. How much have I put in? Translate that process into money. You cannot afford to pay that. So it is not good for you to say we are not bankable. And whom do you say we are not bankable? Who are bankers here? Is there a bank here? They don't. They are just ordinary business. You can find, like when in Uganda, you find a commercial bank charging me 23% interest rate. Me, my auntie, and the other women, we women here are a bit enlightened, but those ones, the big ones, the vendors, can they afford? They cannot. Lastly, you tell me I should add value to my agricultural products. I don't know in Tanzania, but when I arrived this morning from Uganda, I went to where I'm supposed to stay. I switched on water to give me some warmth, and I cleaned myself up. In 30 minutes, power was off. And in Uganda, the same thing.
All right.
And most of the value addition process needs power. And now with the current situation in the Middle East, fuel has gone up. I can't afford a generator.
Yeah.
Neither can I afford a solar panel.
Yep.
So
you, ma'am.
when we are here, and this is to all of them, there are questions I've been putting there. I don't put it strong, but it is there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are the SMEs able, especially the SEs,
Ma'am.
are we able to
Thank you.
progress? Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am. So, thank you so much, ma'am. We really appreciate. Please make it short. Really, seriously. No, ma'am. You are exempted. In our culture, we always respect our elders. It's because of you that we're here. Next, who's the next? Next one. I saw some hands. Asha, please.
Thank you.
Stay close to those hands so that once you can stand.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, I really appreciate the presenters of what they have said. My name is Geoffrey. I'm coming from Dar es Salaam. I'm the CEO and founder of two companies. One is microfinance company, and the other one is in poultry value chain. I have few questions. One is for my sister Jack, because we are all in agriculture sector. Can you help us few codes on how we SMEs come out of being surviving to scaling? Few codes. Just say, what did you do to make sure that Taha, because you're also, you said you are a founder, from the scratch to where you are now, what are the key issues that we need to consider? That's one. Number two, to my brother Jambo Fred, yes, you said you managed to grow your to be bankable because when you made some surplus, you got for the real estates, right? Now, for the case of SME who is not making enough surplus, what should we consider to make sure that we also grow the way you have grown? Just in one or two aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I should also join the majority to congratulate the speakers. My name's Anna Shanaringigwa, and I've worked in corporate world and development world for like over 20 years. My questions goes to all of you. I'm not directly pointed to anyone, but to all of you that knowing the situation in Tanzania, one of the major challenges for SMEs is sustainability of their businesses. I am not sure what plans do we have in place to make sure that we help these SMEs to live beyond the person who has started the business. Because most of the business dies with the person who actually was the original entrepreneur. What plans do we have in place to help these people? The other thing that I have, I'm not sure if it's a question or a challenge, you have talked a lot and there are a lot of good things here, but I'm not sure if our local SMEs understood it well. Do we have a plan to translate it into Swahili and share it with the rest of the entrepreneurs?
So maybe we should start addressing those questions, and then we can move forward. There are 3 questions that have been presented. I hope you guys took notes. So who would like to be the first to tackle the questions?
Asante, I will start with Mama Santa. Thank you very much for your comment. I will do a general comment on issues to do with SMEs bankability. It is true, Mama, that most of the SMEs here, maybe we are using a wrong word. They are not bankable, but it's like they do not qualify. They do not meet the criteria that our traditional financial system have set for the private sector here in Africa, Tanzania. One thing that I want to give the SMEs, the companies in this room, things that I've recently researched and realized about money, about funding. And I think as private sector SMEs, we have to get out of that cocoon. And as Madam said, we have to have that confidence to strategically engage differently when it comes to funding mobilization and accessing innovative finances. You find most of the SMEs, or I'll call them private companies in our countries, they too much rely on the traditional ways of getting money, the banks. You need the money, the first thing that comes to your mind is, where is the bank? Isn't it? But let me tell you, there are so many other avenues that we can use to grow our businesses. Some of the companies, and especially multinational companies that you see, big companies you see in the agriculture sector, horticulture sector, in Tanzania, in Kenya, they are not even using the money from the banks. There are other innovative ways of getting money. Things like Nordic, and again, you don't have that information. If you're not connected to private sector organizations, for example, like Itaha, for those who are in the horticulture sector, if you're not connected to us, how would you know there is Nordic Development Fund, there is EEP fund that can give you a grant of up to 500,000 euros grant? Not loan, grant. How will you know that in March the window was opened and people in Africa were applying? I also applied for my own company. So if you are not part of some of these private sector lead organizations, you miss critical informations like windows for innovative finances. So I recommend to you private sector SMEs in this room, connect to your sector-based organizations, because some of these opportunities come via those platforms. So there are innovative finances. AgDevco. How many in this room know AgDevco, for example? Wangapi wanafahamu AgDevco? Mnajua AgDevco peke yake inaweza ikatoa fedha kwa kampuni yeyote kuanzia grant money from US dollar 500,000 mpaka 10 million US dollars. Mnajua kwamba juzi window imefunguka ya Nordic Development Fund and they are giving grants ya kwa kampuni ambazo zina meet criteria za nini, kama unaweza ukacomply na environment standards 1 2 3 4 nini. They have set their criteria, and most of the SMEs in this room, we qualify but we don't know. Kwa hiyo, what I'm saying is there are so many other innovative finances out there, and unfortunately SMEs in Africa don't get access to such.
Thank you.
So, and then the last one, For us, especially those who are in this room and you are in the horticulture, agriculture sector, we have managed to negotiate special products for SMEs. Interest rate 80%, 9%. Come to us and we will connect you to our banks that we have signed a partnership framework with. We will help you get access to such products. Stephen Tumaini, can you please raise up? If you cannot come to me, please talk to Stephen Tumaini. He can actually connect you and guide you on how you can, we can facilitate you. And the last one is we also in the horticulture industry, and this is info. I'm getting this platform and I'm sharing information which is very useful to the SMEs here. We have what we call HIP, Horticulture Export Accelerator Program. This accelerator program is actually an initiative that aims at nurturing small and medium enterprises to become confident, competitive, and global players in the market space. So if you want to know how we support these SMEs, if you want to know how we work with them, how we expose them to the global market space, again, we at Taha, we are in this engagement and we are ready to guide you and advise you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Geoffrey, Dar es Salaam, what are the key things that we should consider to grow and scale SMEs? From my own perspective, I have grown Taha Fresh from zero to now becoming a big company, Greenset and Taha. One, make sure you have the right people with you. The right people. There is no superwoman or superman who can do everything. You need the skill set. You need good people. You need the right people to be around you so your vision and mission can be driven. So that is one advice that I would give you. Another advice that is very, very important for us to scale our companies is strategic partnerships. You cannot do it alone. They say your network is your net worth. So you need to be able to identify who are the strategic partners, strategic people that I should confidently and meaningfully engage with to move my vision from one level to another. That's very critical. And the last one, my dear, there are challenges, many. And if you're not careful, you'll be derailed from your vision. So, stay focused. Perseverance. Uvumilivu. Amua, yani make that decision that I must make it no matter what. Come rain, come sunshine, I'm here to stay and I must succeed. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Well, my comments will be very brief, but to echo what she was saying, take advantage of the resources that are represented in this coalition that you see represented here, because, like I said, some of the issues with bankability and investability are universal, but many times know-how precedes capital. Are you following what I'm saying? Know-how precedes capital, and so, like she was saying, you need to be aware of the resources that are available. One other thing I'll mention is that, we talked about the difference between the S and the M in SME. One of the skills that every entrepreneur that goes through the BDC learns is a set of principles related directly to how do I scale my business. We have many of our entrepreneurs and graduates here in the room. And if I were to ask them what are the five S's of scaling up, each and every one of them, I can almost guarantee you would be able to say, how do I scale my business? Start small, start simple, start slim, start soon, and start with scale. And they can explain what each one of those principles mean and how you use that to scale your business. So again, know-how precedes capital.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be brief as well. I want you to realize that there is no flight without a fight. No flight without a fight. If you want to go there, you have got to sweat. You fight to go there because gravity will take you down. Okay? But to drop from there is very easy. Hallelujah. All right. Now, pains must be there. Our problems, the spirit is you just want to succeed within a very, very short time. You are rushing. What you cannot imagine, cannot imagine. What you do, you want to do business. If what you will go through pains, you have got to accept that. And when the problems are there, then the spirit is that there is no flight without a fight. I've got to fight my way. The other thing, the opportunities are there, I'm telling you. The problem, we don't want to take risks.
All right, thank you.
The risk, what I'm saying, there is, if you don't take risk, then it means you will remain how you are. You must be a risk taker.
Thank you.
It's more risky not to take a risk. You're just sitting there. You're just sitting there, you complaining. No, there is something you can do. I can assure you, there is something you can do, and you will grow. The problem, you are hesitating. No, this I can't. This is too risky. No, the people who are succeeding are the people who are taking risks. Hallelujah.
Okay, thank you.
It's very, very important that your mental attitude that I can make it. Now, what you cannot imagine, so you must imagine what do you want to do and start from there.
All right, thank you so much.
It is so important.
Thank you so
but
much.
you are sitting there, you want somebody to help you, you're asking people, no, I'm telling you, and you start small. You say you don't have capital. No, everyone has got, the way I see people here, everyone here has got a capital.
Thank you so much.
The problem, you don't want to take a risk.
All right, thank you.
It's more risky not to take a risk.
Thank you. Joyce?
Yeah, I think I would be brief. Most of the points have been said, but responding to my mama there, I think the challenge of COVID has been experienced by almost all countries, and the magnitude varies. For that particular incident, I think what the EAC did is to come up with a strategy, a post-COVID recovery strategy. Janice, you remember that? A post-COVID recovery strategy. And this strategy is meant to be implemented by all the EAC partner states. Yeah, and the challenge right now is the partner states implement things at a different pace. And that is what I could say. So what I would suggest practically is that the community and the ministry responsible for gender should come up with a program that can address the challenges of those unique, the girls that have been affected as a result of COVID. Because this one is now a challenge that has been experienced as a result of COVID. But also the associations that are working, addressing challenges faced by girls can come up to address that particular unique issue, because it's a community challenge right now. For the children, yes, they can also be supported. They are innocent. We should not mount challenges that came to them because of the roles their parents played. So I suggest that that should be a community intervention backed by the government support, and also other associations that are able to provide, and private sector that can provide corporate social responsibility. But those girls can also be trained on entrepreneurship, on the businesses, because that is now the immediate thing that they can join to do. So we should provide skills, ready skills for entrepreneurship to these girls, so that they can go back to doing businesses to be able to handle those children that they have gotten. When it comes to the issue of my brother, they ask, how can we be sustainable? I think one thing that we have left out that I would like to re-echo what my brother mentioned is research and innovation. Let's do this thing, please. First, do some assessment and or research into a particular sector you want to join before you join, because then you're acting from data point of view. You have research, you've gotten information on what works, what does not work, what are the challenges, how would I navigate this, what are the potential profit that I'll get in this sector. So you join in that particular business knowing what you are likely to get from that. So it is very important that also all the different agencies and organizations, institutions working to support SMEs should also do research on the different categories of the SMEs. We have mentioned micro, small, medium enterprises. All of these people, the categories, have different challenges and different situations, different contexts. How do we then understand them properly, effectively, to be able to intervene responsibly or proactively rather than reactively? And in this particular aspect, we are also trying to do such. We are doing research with private sector, the East African Business Council, and TAHA in the different regional value chain, the East African Women in Business. We are doing research. We want to understand. We want to simplify policy documents so that people can understand. We want to provide hands-on information on businesses in different sectors across the region, continentally. What are these opportunities that exist? We are providing, we call them regional Juakali. You do understand Juakali? When I say Juakali, not this mental craft being developed, but Juakali means a regional market. Now we call it SMEs Expo or trade fair. It is a regional trade fair that is organized for all the EAC partner states. It's rotational, that SMEs can join to market, to showcase their businesses. And us as GSZ now, we have also elevated our support to ensure that we are recognizing women who are doing exceptional job, inspiring across the region so that others can witness. You know, we learn through best practice, right? So if we see what others are doing, for example, Jackie has just told us how she started and she's progressed. How many people are admiring her? So we are admiring her. So I'm also starting, I'm in the business, I'm in agriculture, and I'm also doing a study. I'm doing my master's, second master's. And I want to understand how e-payment system, because this is one of the facilitators of regional trade, how e-payment system is facilitating SMEs exports across the region. And I'm focusing on SMEs in Tanzania, and in particular in Dar es Salaam. So we want to understand this segment, how e-payment can be improved so that SMEs can actually improve their export performance within East Africa. So these are some of the things we are doing at individual level, at organizational level, so that we can improve SME sustainability, resilience, growth, and development.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ward, you're still online. Thank you so much for staying online. Do you have an input to what we've been discussing?
Yes, I'd like to give special hello.
Improve SME sustainability, resilience, growth,
Hello.
and development.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give honor. Let me give honor to
There is
my
interference. We need to hear from Mr. Ward.
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Ward.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So let me give special recognition to my co-panelists. I think their comments have been outstanding and very informative. And I also want to give honor to the entrepreneurs that are in the audience. It is in this intersection of Umutu, which is I am because you are, we are stronger together, that we will find solutions. And I will tell you that the very purpose of KNLT is to help connect us and resolve these many issues that we have. And so let us all stay together, stay very committed to having inquiry, looking for answers, and also to find those answers in our collective, and we will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so we are approaching the end of our panel discussion. Maybe, Dr. Mkindi, if you'll have something very short to talk, to close on behalf of the rest of the speaker. Short and concise. Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe we can give all of them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, so let's move straight ahead. I would like to welcome to the podium Ms. Janice Kimaro. Ms. Janice Kimaro, she's Executive Director of East African Women in Business Platform, and she'll be taking off from me for a session. Karibu, Janice.
Habari ya mchana. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are standing between you and lunch, but kindly bear with us. We'll be very quick in this panel. So on panel number 2, we'll be having a discussion on trade corridors, and we'll see on how SMEs can practically benefit from EAC, AFCFTA, and regional market access. EAC is East Africa Community. AFCFTA is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. That is the new initiative by the African Union. So I would like to call upon our panelists, starting with Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi again. Karibu. Please, a round of applause. Yeah, she has already introduced herself. Karibu. Also, Helen William Molel, who is the founder of the East Africa Youth Awards. We have Mr. Kanut Mosha, the Zonal Manager of Tiseza, Northern Zone. And with us online, we have the Executive Director of the East Africa Business Council, Mr. Ahmed Farah. Ahmed.
Yeah, Janice, I don't know if you can hear me or see me.
Okay. I think I will start with Helen. Maybe you can give a brief introduction on what you do as you as a person, and what is East Africa Youth Awards all about? Karibu.
Loud. Okay. So my names are Helena William Molo. I am the former Speaker of the East Africa Youth Parliament. I am the founder of East Africa Youth Awards. East Africa Youth Awards are awards that award youths that cross borders in trade across East Africa in various sectors. But last week, when we held the East Africa Youth Awards, we also launched East Africa Heritage Channel with an aim of having East Africa unite as one in safari, in tourism, in agriculture, showcasing all this, because we have youths that have no idea on what the EAC really is, what it's all about, what it does, how it operates. So showcasing these sectors will help youth build their capacity in the regional integration agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to call upon Mr. Kanut to quickly introduce himself again. I know, Karibu.
Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm Kanuti Mosha. He's a zonal manager for Tiseza, this northern corridor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ahmed?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Ahmed Farah. Thank you, Janice. My name is Ahmed Farah. I'm the Executive Director of East Africa Business Council. East Africa Business Council is the apex body of private sector, body of the East African community, which was established about 20 years ago, 19 years or so ago. And it represents the interest of businesses in East Africa integration process and also serves as the voice of private sector at the regional level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Now, I'll first want to start with Dr. Jacqueline. As the CEO of Taha and chairperson of Taha, a group of companies, what would you think were the biggest untapped opportunities in agriculture and horticulture within the region, the EAC region are?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are huge opportunities, especially market opportunities across agriculture. And most of the time when we talk of opportunities in agriculture, people tend to think of touching the soils. You know, where is the land? I want to start a farm. But I think opportunities are across the agriculture value chains. Yes, from the production of our fruits and vegetables, but as you know, Tanzania is a bread basket for East Africa and now SADC. Our grain sector is most selling in East Africa, so our rice, our maize, our beans, so the huge opportunity in that area. But also, as far as horticulture is concerned, we trade a lot of our fruits and vegetables across the region. So that is one area. But another opportunity area for agriculture is, of course, input supply. As a country, in the agriculture sector, we are still importing almost 95% of agriculture input from other countries. So from seeds to irrigation material to planting material, mapal troughs, you name it, we are imported from outside. So those are actually the huge opportunity. But another area when it comes to market access is packaging. You see, in the industry, and I think it was mentioned in the morning session, traders, most of the regional traders are not from Tanzania. They're actually from the neighboring countries. They come to Tanzania, they buy a farm with crop, and then they simply just package. They come with packaging material, they package, and then they start trading the finished product. So there is a huge opportunity of actually producing, manufacturing, but also selling packaging, simple packaging material for business transaction within the region. So those are some of the opportunities, agriculture opportunities, but also in logistics. There are huge inefficiencies in our logistics system. We have very limited capacity in the reefer cargo tracking. So companies that can actually invest in reefer tracking can also do very good business in agriculture across East Africa. But also for facilitators, if you're looking at investing in building capacities, we also have a gap in that area. So still looking for people with different skill set to actually help us build the capacity of some of these SMEs and farmers in different areas. So in a nutshell, and simply put, there are huge untapped agriculture opportunities in Africa. And again, Africa is still importing food. And food ni biashara ambayo haiwezi kukuangusha. Let me put it like that. You can miss doing business in some season if you are in other sectors. But when you are in food sector, you will never go wrong with actually investing in food sector in Africa. So I think I should put it that way. Huge opportunities.
Asante sana, Dr. Jacqueline. To you, Helen. I know you have recently awarded some youth innovators within the region. And how do you see the young entrepreneurs, can they leverage in regional integration? And now we are looking into digital innovation initiatives to scale across borders. And then based on the space where you are operating, the youth-led SMEs that are operating in that space, how can they benefit from AFCFTA? And are there some key support systems that are needed to address the existing gaps that the innovators are facing?
Microphone though. Before I even answer this question, can I see hands of youths in here? 15 to 35. Yeah, 15 to 35. How many are we in here? Okay, all right. Then I'm in the right room. Well, regional integration is often discussed at the policy level, but its true test is whether a young entrepreneur can monetize it. So before I even go ahead and say a lot, can I ask youths in here, have you been able to monetize on it? The youths that raise their hands, you're quiet now. We know it's discussed as a policy level. We have heard of all the policies. But I personally believe that the true test is whether an entrepreneur can monetize on it. So to the youths in here, have you been able to monetize on it? Okay, that says no. Well, I believe that the East Africa community has already given us an architecture. It has given us a common market, a freer movement, harmonizing regulatory environment, but the gap is not policy, it's execution at the enterprise level. Young entrepreneurs, I think we must operate in regional thesis. So far, we are only operating in a national one. And it means designing business can cross our borders. Inception of products that meet multi-country standards, and pricing models that absorb currency realities, and brand that translate culturally across East Africa. So I think that's what we are lacking. When we come to digital innovation, this becomes the scaling engine, of which I think we are in a moment where technology has compressed geography. You'll agree with me that geography and technology has taken over geography, right? For the youths in here. I don't know if it's hunger or I feel like we are not together. Are we together, guys? Are we following? All right. So payments, logistics, coordination, customer acquisition, they can be executed digitally. So I think this allows founders to bypass traditional constraints and scales. So I think the opportunity before us, very profoundly as youth, is to align innovation with integration. When we manage to align the two, then we'll get a successful theme as we're going on with the regional integration. Now, when we come to the second question, that was, are youth-led SMEs fully benefiting from AFCFTA? And what key support systems are needed? Respectfully, I think they're not, and we must say that with honesty. If we have to move with credibility, then I think it's arguably that most transformative economic framework in Africa today has to have more youth-led enterprises and have to remain structurally in reach, because right now they're structurally out of reach. But also the first constraint of policy is practice. If after frameworks are sophisticated and accessible, then average young entrepreneurs will have to create the opportunity to be at the top, but usability at the base. So now what we have is the usability is at the base, while the creativity is at the top. So we have to make sure that the usability and the creativity, they both merge. So in conclusively, I'll stand as someone who has worked with young people, and I will demand that the talent, the demand of youth, the ambition is already here. What remains is alignment. So what we youth need to call upon, or what we youth need to see more, is alignment. How we can align creativity and the base to match and scale up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Helena. Over to you, Ahmed. I know at EAC level, we have been doing a lot of capacity building, business-to-business linkages, but what would you say there are some bottlenecks that sort of like hinders the SMEs to sort of like benefit from the regional markets? When we come to look at things like collaboration to enable the SMEs to compete regionally, what do you think should be the measurable change that we should adopt in order to like enable our SMEs to have that mentality of cooperation and working together for them to be able to benefit from the regional market opportunities? Karibu.
Thank you, Janice. I hope you can hear me well now. First, let me start by correcting the injustice I gave to East Africa Business Council. It is 30 years old now, almost not 20 years old. I think I got my mathematics wrong. For the challenges that experienced by SMEs, there are quite a number. I will classify them into 5 as barriers to regional trade as per the experience of East Africa Business Council. The very first one is information, availability of information, standards is a second one. There's a working capital is a third challenge. Some of these have been talked to already, but there's also issues to do with border efficiency and linkages with the market, the buyer linkages. So if I look at the first one, the information barrier, many SMEs still don't know before they ship which documents are required, what standards that apply to the products that they're getting, they're trying to get to the market, what will be the real cost for them to get their products to the market. Because of this, the more often than not, there's trial and error, and quite a bit goes wrong, and that becomes very costly. And many people drop off along the way. That endurance that we are seeking the entrepreneurs to have will slowly wane, will go away. Secondly is a compliance barrier. There are requirements and standards that have to be complied with. Labeling, packaging, the issues of rules of origin, and certification. All these become a barrier for small businesses. More often than not, the large companies will run this as a small department within the company. But for small businesses, this is where one stays or drop off the business because of lack of compliance. Thirdly is financing barrier. I think a bit of this has been talked to, and there's some guidance that has been provided to the entrepreneurs in the room. So even where market exists, SMEs always often struggle to find finance, to fund their inventory, their transport and logistics requirement, insurance, or even sometimes the payment gaps between dispatch and payment collection. There's a time gap that sometimes we can't finance. Fourthly, the biggest barrier that continues to bedevil the small entrepreneurs for them to access and enter regional markets is logistics and barrier challenges at the border. The transport costs are extremely high relatively to the global best competitive corridors. Our corridor is almost twice, if not much more higher than the average cost in the most competitive corridors. There's inconsistent interpretation of rules and predictability of taxes, levies, which has already been discussed, and what continues to bedevil our integration, non-tariff barriers. And finally, there are issues to do with market. Too many SMEs sometimes have products, but they don't have distributors, they don't have off-takers. And the biggest challenge that faces a lot of the small businesses is repeat buyers across the region. So we end up having supply one-off, and then since we don't fulfill the requirements going forward, we end up falling off. We end up falling off the supply chain. But the numbers, as has been discussed in the previous panel, and my other panelists have confirmed this, they are favorable. They are demonstrating a rise of intra-ESC trade. We are almost at around 20 billion last year, around 19 billion dollars of intra. Majority of that, 42% is manufactured goods within ESC. If I look at Tanzania, Tanzania exported about $1 billion of exports to ESC markets, with Kenya being the largest and then followed by DRC. So opportunities are there, and this is in construction materials, foodstuffs, such as rice, maize, commodities, and cosmetics, and maybe household goods. So the market, like I keep saying, is there, but the problem is really not availability of market. It's the lack of readiness and predictability of the environment that our businesses face. Thank you. I don't know if I've answered all your questions, Janice.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. I think you tried to summarize them and pinpoint the key things that need to be had when it comes to challenges, barriers to trade within the region, EAC, and now that we are talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So our next question goes to Mr. Kanut. Coming from TISEZA, what are the key initiatives, incentives, frameworks, and quick win sectors can Tanzania SMEs tap into to benefit from the regional trade?
We have a range of physical and non-physical incentives that the SMEs can benefit from. When we talk of physical, we mean monetary benefits, and the non-physical, we mean policies and assistance that you can get to make your business prosper. Now, in terms of physical, on the general investment, if you are able to register your business with TISEZA, you are sure to get a reduction of your deemed capital goods at the rate of 75 of import duty. What we mean is, whatever is necessary to have your business up and running, will have the import duty reduction at 75%. That's a key for SMEs. But if you are able to, we leave alone other capital allowance that is on agriculture up to 100%, tourism and fisheries 50%. But you can also, if you graduate your business and now you are starting doing export, you are selling in the regions, then we can allocate you in our zones and then get even more physical incentives. You can get up to 10 years corporate tax holiday. That means you are not going to pay any corporate tax for the initial 10 years of operation. You will get import duty and VAT exemption on your capital goods and raw materials if you will be selling outside the EAC block. And also you have exemptions on your utilities. Imagine your electricity, your water bills, gas bills, it will be zero. You will not pay a VAT, zero rated. Apart from other non-physical incentives. Now, in terms of institutional setup, we have one-stop service center, as I've said, where you can get all assistance to connect your business, to register your company, to get your TRI registration, to get your name key, everything in one roof. Then you will be assisted. And we have, Madam talked about these markets. the ESC block, the SADC, the EFTA. If we register with TISEZA, then you have a preferential market access. And then if we are on the EFT market, you know, you can sell your products quota-free, duty-free. That's another advantage. Now, you talked about the quick win sectors. We have agri-processing. SME can think of venturing in food processing as a quick win sector, edible oil. You talk of horticulture, Madam Kinda said there, and light manufacturing like textiles, leather products, and so forth, but also services like logistics and the like. Those are quick win sectors that MC can venture in. Well, so our message as TISEZA, SME can leverage our physical and non-physical incentive framework that we have to benefit and to grow, but also they can benefit from our coordination, and we have the Center for helping to connect with the local and international markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Kanuth. How many of the SMEs here that are operating, they were aware of all those incentives that TISEZA is giving to the SMEs? I think even for me, I've learned quite a number of them that I was not aware. So I think we need to keep on spreading the word in order to encourage our SMEs to benefit out of the regional trade. At this juncture, I would like to welcome if there are any questions on the floor or contributions. I would first like to acknowledge the presence of our members from the Acholi Cooperative in Uganda. It's one of the very successful projects we have had in northern Uganda, where we formed a cooperative. They are doing a processing of Nilotica shea butter. That is the shea butter that is only available in northern Uganda and southern Sudan in the world. So if you have any skin conditions, eczema and so forth, please feel free to reach out to the ladies. The factory, we expect it to be functional thanks to the EIF under the UNOPS, whereby we imported a machine. Now we are trying to change the narrative of the community from the grassroots level to benefit out of the cooperative, the facility set by the cooperative to process the shea nut from the traditional ways of extracting shea to the modern ways in order to retain the medicinal value of the shea. But then I think Santa, at this juncture, I will just to give you 2 minutes. Santa is the founding chair of the Acholi Shea Cooperative. I think she can share her journey and then, of course, highlight. Now we are talking about collaboration within the SMEs. I think that will be a very good example whereby other SMEs can learn that are in different value chains. Karibu Santa.
Asante sana Mama Janice. I came here specifically on our invitation as a member of East African Women in Business Platform. And I want to thank here Mr. Hamad, because it's our first time to hear his voice as the head of that sector. Most of the talking here is focused on Tanzania, but East Africa is a village now. Different villages. There's Uganda village, there's South Sudan, there's Tanzania, there's Kenya, there's Rwanda. I think let's also start talking as one person. I came with 2 very important ladies here. Acholi Shea Cooperative Society, she's our publicity secretary, Madame Christina Uma. And from West Nile, we have Madame Carol Ochanda. This particular product, I can tell you, is God-given because we haven't planted any of the shea trees to the harvest level this time. It's from eastern Uganda to West Nile, which we call the greater north of Uganda, and in South Sudan. Nilotica shea is a very important product, but I cannot tell you as usual, Africa sleep a lot. And we were sleeping. It's still a few years when Madam Janice, we got in touch with her through women in Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Association. And the support from EWIP has led to the formation of Acholi Cooperative Society. And the plant is underway. We need a few shillings to complete. And I know our coming here is one of those areas we are going to discuss with her. And then what we have had here, I think we can connect ourselves. Shea, Nilotica shea, there are two types of species of shea. One is in West Africa, which we call Paradoxa, Paleria paradoxa, and the Valeria nilotica, which is only in East Africa. It's one of the most important oil seed that helps in the skin diseases. It's actually, in a nutshell, it's used for pharmaceutical. It's pharmaceutically used, and also is very good nutritionally. And that is a product that is traditionally known in northern Uganda. You talk about straight away, even a child of 7 years old will talk to you about it. So when we are here, this is a business summit. You are interested in our product, we are available for the next 2-3 days. We can chat around on the table and see how we can. Because you cannot start exporting a product which is as important as shea product without first saturating the market at home and in East Africa. It's so important. So I'm very grateful to Dr. Janice and EWIP and all of you who have welcomed us in this summit. We are very grateful. Thank you very much. We are still around. You can get in touch with us. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Santa. Any other question or contribution? Oh, okay.
As I said, East Africa is a village. Something about policy development in East Africa. We have this legislative assembly in East Africa. I think Denise and Mr. Hamad, we need to sit down and talk about something with the ladies here. There are a lot of policies that needs to be developed around cross-border trade. We still have issues. When we were coming yesterday, I think somehow there were delays. We don't know why, because you cannot stop and listen to what they're saying. But one thing for real is we still have difficulties in crossing borders with our products, because when they talk about, political statements are very, very nasty. They will open their mouth, the legislators will say this, the presidents will say this, but to implement it is very difficult. Free trade zone, the tariffs are still there. There's some of the African states who do not allow certain things, and yet from our hearsay, it has already been resolved, but it is still there. So we need a different approach. Or maybe, when diplomacy fails, you look for other things around and get your way through. So my concern is, like one I was talking to you about, electricity or power is being generated from East Africa here. But first of all, inconsistency supply. Secondly, the price of electricity is very high. In Uganda, for example, you can have a power failure a whole week. I have a machine. Sometimes it gets off when the machine is running. You need to look for spare parts. I don't know whether it is happening here, but for us in Uganda, Uganda has got the biggest hydroelectricity production, but we still have that failure, shortage of supply. Yesterday, my daughter called me, "Mommy, we don't know what to do with the things in the refrigerator." domestically because there is no power. Are we going to progress without power? I don't know for you here in Tanzania, but for us in Uganda, we have issues, a big one around power. And generator with the current increase of fuel increase. I don't know whether here there is no increase in power cost, fuel cost. For us, it has gone very high. So running a generator is another cost in reducing our profit margin. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Asante Santa.
Asante. Naitwa Shujaa Michael, natokea Amis Business Solution. We export avocado, we pack and export avocado. Swali langu litaenda kwa Tiseza. Na ningeomba kidogo ongelee kuhusu conditions za mtu ambazo anaweza kujoin Tiseza. Kama ninavyokumbuka, TIC ilikuwa kwa local investor lazima uwe na $200,000 au kuendelea kujoin. Sasa mfano sisi hapa we pack and export avocado. Tunao bahati nzuri tumepata wateja. Tuna wateja, we rent hizo pack house, tunapaki manually na watu. Lakini ukiangalia assets zetu zote haziwezi kufika $200,000. Sijui Tiseza inatusaidiaje hapo. Asante.
Any other question? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Caroline Nile Ochanda from West Nile, Uganda. Mine are just adding on to what has been discussed about inputs and supplies. We have a very big challenge. I'm sure we're facing it all over. Inputs and supplies are very expensive, and it becomes very difficult for the local farmer to access them. I work with a very large farmer group on my database. I do sunflower oil. I press sunflower oil and shea butter, and I have to look for people to supply me the raw materials. And because the prices of the seeds are very high, it becomes very difficult for my farmers to get the seeds and supply me. So it's a very big challenge. I don't know how our governments are going to work around that to help farmers access cheaper seeds so that our factories also become more active. And the packaging, we have a lot of honey and coffee in West Nile. Actually, honey from West Nile is one of the best, but you find people go and buy from the farmers, and they bring out and they pack it as their own goods, which is very unfair. So I'm asking if we could change the game and start packaging these products ourselves and export finished products. Can't we really start producing, manufacturing coffee instead of selling raw coffee which is unprocessed? They're bringing this coffee back to us. Check this Nescafe, how much do you buy? And how much is a kilo of coffee seeds? So you see the difference is much. If you process that coffee yourself, you'll get more than what you are buying from the supermarkets. So I'm thinking we should change our mindset. Let's go into processing ourselves. And then there's lack of awareness of the products and the market of these products. One place will say that we have excess of products, another place will say that we don't have them. I can say that I don't have enough raw materials, sunflower, for pressing. And in another place, there's a lot of sunflower, they don't have the market. I went to some places and people told me that they had to pour their sunflower out for the chicken to eat because there are no buyers. So you can see the controversy. So let's try to see how best we can market ourselves and our products and benefit the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think as we end this panel, I would like to allow Brother Canute to respond to the second question that was asked from the people that are packing avocado and exporting.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Kimaro. Yes, you are very right. The requirements were a bit strange for SME. 200,000 US dollars too much. Now, last year, the government has reviewed the law and reduced the capital to 50,000 US dollars to accommodate the SMEs. Now, with the 2,000 US dollars, we mean it's almost 125 million Tanzania shillings. Now, this is not a hard cash. This is inclusive of the land you have, whether you have leased or you have purchased, the machinery you are going to use, and some little money there for working capital. So that means if I'm an SME and I see the opportunity, like if you go to Kilimanjaro there are a lot of mango trees. During the season, the mangoes are just dropping themselves on the ground. You can think of setting up your small factory there. You just look a small land, maybe 20 square meters, and then you come to register your business to us. Then you can order. We can assist you. We have an export center where we can assist you to order the processing machines from abroad, from China. You can order your machines, and then you can start, making the juice and whatnot for local, for export market. So I think with these requirements, it is now, you can now manage. Thank you.
Asante, Brother Canute. Dr. Jacqueline, as we close out, I know our participant from Uganda has highlighted the issue of inputs, and you have clearly highlighted that in your remarks. So what do you think needs to be done to change the narrative? I know we have had a scenario whereby we see a lot of industries, like she was talking about packaging materials. If you import packaging materials from China, it's actually cheaper than the packaging materials that are manufactured locally. What are we doing at national level? What sort of advocacy, what do you think needs to be changed in order, I know now we are encouraging SMEs to invest, but then there are some policies that are not friendly. What do you think, on your view, that needs to be changed, and how is STAR contributing towards that change?
Thank you very much, Janice. First, to respond to Madam from Uganda's comment on distribution, before I get into the policy thing, it is true, and it is happening even in Tanzania. You find, you go to Njombe, there is bumper production of maize. There's a lot of maize. And then you are in Singida, there is hunger. Understand? So what does that say? It tells us we really need to invest as a country now, and I think these are some of the messages that we should craft and define as we define the roadmap after the summit. What are the key messages that we need to drive before our governments? One, of course, as a region, we need to work on our distribution systems. Currently, as it is, and this is happening in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, there is insufficient, I would say, alignment or integration between our rail and road network. Yeah? In Tanzania, we have SGR. But if you ask ourselves as a country, how is SGR connected to the rural road network? How is SGR connected to the production sites? So we need to do, as we build, and I think this should be actually a national and regional message to our government, that as we design these very good and public infrastructure, we should do backward integration. Yeah? Backward integration, linking some of these big and very nice infrastructure to the production. Okay? And of course, we have to make sure there are last miles connectivity. For example, SGR, last mile connectivity between the roads and the railways. And this is how we can make sure that, we are enhancing the distribution systems within our countries. That is one message. Another one that is very critical to drive as we conclude our panel is the issue of logistics. There are serious challenges. And I think Ahmed is hearing me from EABC. I think it is high time for East Africa to sit down as a team and discuss holistically on how we're going to address the logistic challenges. Instead of Tanzania, sitting down here in a silo and try to address the uplift capacity. Look at why we're doing it now. Tanzania is trying to address how are we going to bring in a charter, a cargo freighter, to uplift our horticulture commodities from Kilimanjaro, from Dar es Salaam to the Stindi market. Uganda, you go to Uganda, you're stocking the same. You go to Rwanda, why don't we, I think this should be a message, why don't we as East Africans, discuss this as a team and maybe build on the strengths of some of these regional airlines, Ethiopia Airline, Kenya Airline, and they're moving around as a region, and we are addressing the logistic problem. We are not talking as a team when it comes to addressing logistics. So I think this should be a message for all of us East Africans. Logistics is killing SMEs. Logistics is a huge cost for SMEs. We have to actually sit down now and address that holistically. So that should be a message. Now, back to your comment. Yeah, policies. We should continue engaging. With our government to make sure that, we are coming up with the right messages as the private sector. And this actually requires now capacity building, I would say, of private sector organizations, so that when we go to the table, we have done proper research and we are able to meaningfully engage with the government and drive the necessary change that we want to see. So, Madam, yes, there are a lot of issues in the seed sector, not only in Uganda. If I start talking about the seed sector issues in Tanzania, they are the same. Kenya, they're the same. So we need to actually prioritize that as a private sector organizations, as our advocacy agenda, and continue engaging. Sisi kama Taha, we are doing that. We have what we call a seed platform in the horticulture sector. It is a platform that we use to identify challenges around the seed sector in the industry, and then drive solution in proper collaboration with our government partners or government colleagues. And in that manner, in that structured advocacy style, we have really been able to uplift most and some of the many challenges that used to face agriculture or horticulture seed sector. So, yeah, advocacy should be a continuous business. We should continue as the private sector SMEs, build our capacity so we go to the table meaningfully, drive the agenda, and make sure we get what we want. Thank you.
Asante sana, Dr. Jacqueline. Over to you, Ahmed, online. What are your key takeaways out of our discussion?
Thank you, Janice. The one thing that should, I think, come out very strongly, and probably we didn't address it much, is how do SMEs collaborate? You see, SMEs, for as long as we continue operating individually or one or two players together, we will still continue facing all these systemic challenges that disenfranchise the small traders. But if you aggregate for those in the same common business, it will give you the scale that can give you some impetus, leverage when it comes to access to markets, managing some of these challenge costs like logistics, or even access to capital. But the other benefits of coming together, collaborating, that I see, you will end up sharing services, and the total unit costs will go down definitely because of the synergetic effects of working together. And there's great value to work through institutions such as EWIB or East Africa Business Council, where the platform that provides membership value to you can end up providing an avenue for advocacy for issues that we're discussing now, such as addressing policy matters that have direct impact on our businesses. Thank you.
Asante sana, Ahmed, and thank you for remembering to mention the importance of collaboration and, of course, SMEs being part of the private sector organizations to enable the advocacy initiatives to be very supportive, and then, of course, engaging from the grassroots level. So, Helen, over to you. As an upcoming generation of youth and the initiatives that you do as EIA to award the youth entrepreneurs, what are your key takeaways to the youth that are existing in this space, Karigo?
I will firstly advise, as Dr. spoke very well, that policies are not friendly. But I will advise my fellow youth in the room, let us be assertive. Policies will find us there. Let us not stop and wait for policies. Let us push for them to change the policies for us. Because one thing I have noticed is we talk Tanzania, we talk Uganda, we talk Kenya, we talk South Sudan, we don't talk as East Africans. So one language that we have to change is we are East Africans. Let's think East Africa. I would advise some of the youth that are in here, they can go to the ladies that are from Uganda and try and see how innovative they can be with the products. The mothers are a bit aged, they are our mothers. We can find a way innovatively to brand whatever they're selling and bring in the market. Let's not talk about capitals, because if we think capitals, then we're going to block ourselves. Let us think of the innovation side. What innovative structure can we use, and how can we leverage it digitally and create markets across the East Africa? So I think as youths, we are 300 million by population. We have 70% population across the East Africa partner states. So if we start being the driving force of the integration, then SMEs are going to be on top and policies are going to change from there. So let's change the narrative. Let us be the change. Let us be the catalyst of these policies to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, and that marks the end of our discussion.
Before you close, my dear, one point to business ladies in the room, business women in the room, just one point. How many of us business women in the room are aware of East Meet West initiative under AFTA? How many are aware of that initiative? East meet West or West meet East. See? Information. Last 1.5 years, a group of business women actually came to Arusha from Western Africa, facilitated by AFTA, just to connect and see how they can identify opportunities in Tanzania and Kenya, and how they can connect with investments here and do joint venture. Actually, that initiative is there. But if we don't know how can we make use of it? How can we benefit from it? So I am still emphasizing on the need to actually find for information. If AFTA is there, what opportunities are actually coming to us through that platform? Women in the room, now I have mentioned to you, there is that fursa, there is that opportunity. Let's get out of our desks, our comfort zone, go look for East West Mist and see East meet West and see how we can connect with our colleagues, like-minded businesses in Africa and beyond. Asante.
Thank you very much.
SME here from the horticulture sector. I think they missed that because it was in a technical language. So please plan to summarize on what opportunity are presented to this summit to our SME. Si ndio mama, niliwaona hapo, baada ya hapo nikasema mama pala ametaka raw materials na nyie mko Taha na hizo materials zipo, lakini mlikuwa mjamsikia vizuri. Uongo kweli? Kama nimesema vibaya mniambie. Ni kweli mlihitaji hicho kitu tunatafsiriwa kidogo ili tuweze kupata material na opportunities tuweze kuzipata. Niko sahihi mama zangu? Au na hilo alijasikika vizuri? Asante.
That's a very important point, and you have been heard. In the beginning, we asked everybody if there is anyone with a challenge to understand English or to speak English. And the idea is because we do have a huge number of participating delegates online, and some of them, they don't talk Swahili. So we do understand and appreciate your comment. The medium of communication will continue to be English, but we can actually write a communique after the conference, which we can actually include Swahili. So we appreciate the concern, and we are promising to take action to that. But because we provide that opportunity, and we made a decision, we'll continue presenting in English, and then we'll provide communique in Swahili, if that's all right. Thank you.
Asante sana. I think, Ahmed, you can, yes, please. Okay.
In Arusha here we have Kevin. Kevin, where are you? Yeah, so you can take his business card. Yeah, he's here. He can assist you to register your investment with us, how to access the incentives, as well as, you know, he will do you the business plan and whatever you want to get all this done. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's have a group photo. Ahmed, if you're online, please can you turn on your camera?
Yes, my camera is on, Janice. I don't know if you can see me and hear me.
Okay, asanteni sana. I think We should break for lunch now. For those that have gotten their coupons, please proceed. There's someone will be waiting. For those that have done their registrations, they will collect their coupons for lunch. We resume after 1 hour. We resume after 1 hour, saa 9 na dakika moja, at 3 p.m.
Okay, so for the guest speaker, the trainers, and the government officials, Mariam, if you can lift up your hand, you can follow Mariam. And then for the SMEs and the other participants, there is a desk out there. Yeah, there is a desk out there. You can just go there, and then I think they can give you a coupon if you don't have a coupon. Okay, and the coupon are for those who have paid to be provided with lunch. That's just to clarify. One more announcement. Please take care of your laptops, your phone. It will be nice to get. They say it's safe, but better be careful than regret.
I have two businesses, two main businesses. Njiani restaurant, as you see it here, and also a catering business at an international school here in Mbezi or Salasala, let's say.
Sisi tunashughulika na kuandaa unga wa lishe ambao
I have two businesses, two main businesses. Njiani restaurant, as you see it here, and I have two businesses, two main businesses. Njiani restaurant, as you see it here, and also a catering business at an international school here in Mbezi or Salasala, let's say.
Sisi tunashughulika na kuandaa unga wa lishe ambao tunatumia nafaka 6 ambazo ni mahindi, mchele, ulezi, ngano, mtama.
Legacy started in Iringa, and in Iringa we have we use 3 curricula, namely Cambridge curriculum, Accelerated Christian Education, that is AC curriculum, and Nectar curriculum.
Of course, kabla sijajiki chuo, mambo yalikuwa sio mazuri kabisa. Nilikuwa ninafanya kazi sana, lakini nahisi nilikuwa natumia nguvu nyingi, nilikuwa situmii akili nyingi. Nilikuwa napata gharama nyingi sana ambazo nilikuwa sijui hizo gharama inakuwaje zapata gharama nyingi. Saa nyingine hata nikitengeneza fedha unakuta
Yes, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing microphones. Say. 1, 2. Cheese. 1, 2. Yes. 1, 2. Microphone test. Test. Fan test. Test. 2. Green sound. Green. 1, 2. Test. Microphone test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. We're getting back. Yes. 1, 2. Yes. Yes. Hello. Extension media laptop.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If I can have your attention, please. We're obviously waiting for people to come back from lunch. So we'll just give it another 5 minutes or so as we continue to push. And then we'll do the most difficult session, which is afternoon, after people have eaten. So we'll try as much as possible to make it interesting. And let's have a conversation. Yeah, let's have a conversation. I think that's the best way to look at it. Thanks. So we'll just give it a few minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch. The afternoons are normally very challenging because people eat. And as your moderator, I also went to lunch. So I'll try my best to be as interesting as possible. I felt that for the afternoon session, we should try as much as possible to keep it very conversational. So we'd like to engage each and every one of you in some form or manner. But just to kick off, I first want to introduce the panelists for this afternoon. The discussion here, for most of you SMEs, is the capital access challenge. And I think if really you're an SME, you can relate to some of the challenges that you're engaged in one way or another in terms of capital access. So the subject matter is how can SMEs access finance for growth. Okay, so we're looking at it from that perspective. And I reflect very much on Mama's comments about what exactly does small mean, do you fall within small, medium, and so forth. But either way, I think without money, growth becomes a little bit challenging. So that being said, I would like to take this moment to introduce Laura Kagina. She's an advisor with GIZ East Africa. She's a lawyer by training and a gender inclusion advisor at GIS for the East African Community Cluster, where she works at the intersection of inclusion and regional development. Her work focuses on embedding gender and inclusion across key sectors, including trade, digitalization, private sector development, health, agriculture, natural resources, peace and security, ensuring that regional initiatives expand access, participation, and impact. Laura is also the founder of Legal Lift Collective, which is an initiative that provides legal support to entrepreneurs and creatives with a focus on enabling growth, compliance, and long-term sustainability. She has also served at the Supreme Court of Rwanda as a judicial clerk to the Chief Justice and as a startup legal advisor with Norscan East Africa, advising businesses on compliance, due diligence, and trust building. So Laura, we welcome you for this afternoon session. Thank you. A round of applause, a round of applause. Yes, mmesikia CV. Okay. The second panelist that I'd like to introduce is Esther Lugoi Mengi. Esther comes quite acclaimed here. She is a serial entrepreneur with over 12 years of experience doing business in Tanzania. She has ventures in tech, ventures in mining and avocado oil processing industries, where she focuses on being resilient, scalable, and future-ready enterprises. She is driven by a commitment to creating sustainable value and unlocking opportunities both across digital and resource-based sectors. She's very much into cybersecurity. I think that's her strong forte. My sense is that that's where people know you best. But she also comes quite acclaimed, like I said. In 2017, she was among the Forbes 30 under 30 young entrepreneurs 2018, she was in the top 100 sheroes or she heroes. 2018, she was the CIO East Africa top 100. 2019, she was top 50 women in cybersecurity Africa. 2023, CEO of the year, top 100 executives in Tanzania. You understand that CV, eh? So we're expecting a lot from both of these. And 2024, she was the top young women entrepreneurs. She got the Tanzania Award. And in 2025, Women Tech Leader Award, awarded by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. So I think today, when it comes to gender bias, I think you can argue that we've taken gender into consideration here. We have only 2 panelists for this first session. And the reason we have 2 panelists is because we wanted to dig in a little bit deeper so that we can borrow from these 2 people that have established businesses, that understand entrepreneurship, that have been in there and done that. You know, they've worked the tills and done all the hard lifting that is necessary to make themselves successful. So that being said, I want to set the stage for this afternoon session so that we're very clear. And remember, I said I want it to be as conversational as possible. SMEs, they say or they claim, are the backbone of this economy, this Tanzania, and a lot of other countries. Yeah, but then again, the financial systems treat them like a risk that needs to be managed, not as potential that needs to be funded. So today we're going to find out why and what to do about it. And I think this is critical. So the goal really is to move beyond the lack of capital, compliance, and really identify specific actionable steps or pathways to funding. As there is a problem with SMEs, is that many are operationally successful, but quite financially invisible. So, and this is financially invisible to institutional lenders and funders. So, part of the reason Laura is actually here is because we're going to look at policy and program initiatives that she's doing where she's at, and obviously she'll bring in some, collateral experience. And Esther has grown a business. She comes well accomplished, and the idea here, once again, is to draw up as much as possible to make this as interesting as possible for both you and the panelists themselves. So we will also go back and forth between the panelists and the audience. And the idea here is, if you're an SME that has had problems getting funding from banks or from private equity investors or from whatever channels, this is your opportunity to speak up where you see the problems. Because I think sometimes what happens is that we find ourselves in places where we're doing a lot of talking, and there's a mismatch and a gap between what is actually being spoken and what is actually happening on the ground. So that being said, and without much further ado, I want to start with you, Esther. I want you to tell us your journey. What has brought you here, and obviously bearing in mind, the whole space of access to capital.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough here. So my name is Esther Mugoe Mengi. I'm the CEO of Serensic Africa. Serensic Africa is a cybersecurity company that has been operating for 11 years now in Tanzania. So we serve clients in Tanzania, outside Tanzania, in Africa, and beyond Africa. So I run a team of over 50 to 60 people. I'm a mother of 4. Yeah. I'm a mom of 4, a wife, and currently I have ventured into mining, gold mining in Musoma. So for those women who think that we cannot do it or we cannot have it all, we can have it all, but not all at the same time, yeah? So my journey started, so I forgot. So I sit at different boards. So I am the board chair at DIT. DIT is Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, where I sit there as the board chair. I'm in the board for Tanzanite CEOs Roundtable. I was the board chair for African Child Project, a project that bridges the digital divide in Africa. Yeah. Those are a few. We have started manufacturing avocado oil in Moshi. So those are a few things that I'm currently doing. So back to the question, how did I start? So I think I started straight from college. So in college, I used to study in Kenya, USIU. So when my parents would give me school fees, I'd go to Kenya, buy vitenge. So go to Kenya first. With my friend, come back to Tanzania, we go to Kariakoo, we buy vitenges. So we buy vitenges and take them to Kenya. So the first week of school, people usually have pocket money. So we'll take vitenges and jewelry. So jewelry is for the students and vitenges is for the students' parents. So I would sell them with my entire pocket money and then use that money, the profit I'll keep it, and then I'll just take back my pocket money. So that's how I started in school, in university, yeah? So the day we were doing graduation, I saw a picture from another university abroad. They had shawls of different flags. So you know what? I went to River Road in Kenya. So people who know where River Road is, I went to River Road in Kenya and created different shawls for different nationalities because it was an international university. So I sold them to my fellow students then, yeah? That was the first time. Our gowns used to be so plain. They were black and just plain. So that was the first time graduates had, like, you know, cool gowns with their flags on them. So I remember I made my dad buy for me the shawl. It was my business, but I didn't want to tell people it's my business because now they'd be, Esther, just give us for free, you know? So I told my dad, can you buy this for me? He asked how much. I said 700 shillings. That was like 15,000 Tanzanian shillings. So he paid. Later on, where people were coming to give me back the money, my dad asked me, Esther, so you made me pay and it's your business. I'm your father. So I said, you know what? Business is business. So from that business, I got money to start my company, Serensic Africa, straight from school. Yeah. I only had knowledge of, because I was doing a degree in cybercrime and digital forensics, and I did a bit of certifications then, still in uni. So I started my company then straight from college. So the journey was not easy because I would go to clients, tell them this is what I do, and back then cybersecurity was not a big issue. So they look at me like, you seem to be very lost. So I'd approach different banks from time to time, especially then KCB was a hit and Equity Bank. They would tell me, Esther, you know, all our tenders come from Kenya. So I'd fast forward to 2016, I go to Kenya, Equity Bank. It used to be my bank then. I said, wait a minute, this should be a building where all the tenders come from. So I went, I said, you know what, I want to see your head of cybersecurity. The guard asked me, do you have an appointment? I said, no. So it was a long queue. So the guard said, just go ahead to another check. He knew that police guy would tell me, just go back, you don't have an appointment. So I said, I'm coming to see your head of cybersecurity. The guard asked me, Mr. Charles Wanyoike? I said, yes. I did not know any Charles Wanyoike then, mind you. So I got the name. They told me, go to third floor. So I went to third floor. There was another security check again. They asked me, where are you going? I said, I'm going to see Mr. Charles Wanyoike. I did not have a name. I got the name from the second guard. So they said, he's in a meeting. Did you have an appointment? I said, no, but tell him it's Esther from Tanzania. So they went and told him. So he was in a hurry. He said, you know what? Maybe I forgot that I had an appointment. And for someone to come all the way from Tanzania to come see me, it must have been so urgent. So he finished that meeting so quickly. Came to his office, called me in, told him, sir, my name is Esther. I have a cybersecurity company in Tanzania. So every time I ask for jobs or leads, they tell me they come from here. He looked at me and said, oh, I did not know there are cybersecurity companies in Tanzania. I said, there are, and I run one. So the next time, if there's any gig, please let me know. So fast forward 4 or 5 months later, he calls. He said, Esther, we have been hit. Can you do data recovery for our server? That was my first banking job. So the rest is history. So that is the nutshell of how I started. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Following Esther is really a hard task because she's really impressive and I'm already scouting her myself. But as they said, my name is Laura Kajina. I am from Rwanda. I like to say Tanzania is just a beautiful, bigger version of us because the issues that I keep seeing here in Tanzania remind me of all the issues I see, mainly as I work most with startups in my own country. So you asked a bit about the legal issues that are there, and maybe then I would not even wear my GIZ hat, but my legal hat as a lawyer. I am a corporate tech lawyer by background, but I've worked a lot with startups, and I like to say startups as just glorified 21st century SMEs. And when I want to talk about the legal issues that are there, I like to say there is something called the startup bag. And here we have SMEs, so I will ask the same. Usually when you find someone who has created a startup, they have not created one. You find that someone, by the time they are 30, they have founded 7 startups. And it's the same with SMEs. I know people, when I meet them in 2024, they have an SME that is dealing with cashews. You meet them again in 2025, they have an SME that is in avocado. You meet them in 2026, they have an SME that is in cassava flakes. Now you ask yourself, what is going on? Was this SME ever registered? If it was registered, was it ever deregistered once it failed and you decided to move on? Does this SME, and I want to also touch on what they talked about when it comes to bankability. I like to think we all are potential bankable projects, but if you actually take time to read what a bankable project, because I also have a startup which is an SME, most of us are not bankable projects yet. We are potential bankable projects, but we are not bankable projects because legal is requesting us to be on top with taxes, data protection, recovery, how are you registering what you're doing, and everything. All those are legal things. I could say, and it makes sense, just because I know how to prepare shea butter doesn't mean I went to law school. It's not my duty. And that's where the legal part comes. We are talking about the AFCFTA. Just because I do traditional jewelry doesn't mean I should know what the AFCFTA is. Where do I meet that? What's the connection? It's even the same conversation that comes is when we sit at the ESC, we come up with regulations and policies and strategies, and we send them to be domesticated, and our countries come up with 1,000 more. By the time you read the 2020 strategy, the 2025 strategy is out. And you can't be compliant because you don't know, and it's not your job even. It's a lot of things, and it's a lot of things you don't know. For example, I want to tell people about something called tontines. Who knows what a tontine is? By the way, it's an English legal term. And there is a law specifically that regulates tontines. And now that I'm going to explain, you realize that we all know what it is. Tontines are these groups where you and your 10 friends come together. That every month you will give one person money. Don't you all know what that is?
Yes, we do.
Have we ever read the law that regulates that thing?
No.
Did we even know that such laws exist?
No.
Did you even know the technical word for it? So that's the issue that SMEs face. Me, I want to create shea butter. I want to process it. I know where to get shea, and I know how to do it. I want to do candles. I know where to get wax and make sure it becomes a candle. But that's it. I don't even know there is a law that regulates this. I don't even know there is a standard law that regulates cleanliness of this project. For example, I will advise everybody here who is in agrocosmetics. There's so many policies and rules and regulations regulating that when it comes to sanitary level, when it comes to health and their safety, because you don't want to sell someone something and they put it on their skin and they die. Do you know those laws? And so we can't be compliant because we don't know those laws. There are so many, they are in English most of the times, and they stay in the office of whoever drafts them.
Wow, thank you very much. I think you've touched on a very sensitive topic. And that topic, I would refer to it as just knowledge. Because I think one of the challenges that SMEs face, and I think many of you would know, is that knowledge. You see, something like that. And interestingly enough, because this is also an investment expo type event, you know, those are some of the things that investors look at. You know, because before an investor puts in their money, they want to know that if I scale to be at $10 million, can these guys also legally protect my money? Because you don't want to put in money, and then after you put in money, you get into that situation where somewhere down the road, some guy comes back up and starts talking about the legal issues. So thank you very much for that information, because I think it's critical. But going back to that information question, where have you seen, or what are some of the challenges that you've seen, Esther, with respect to, you know, let's run with that a little bit. You know, that information gap that exists with SMEs. Part of it might be your case, but then it could also be cases that you've come across that have either cost people their businesses, or, you know, just had them go through a rough patch simply because they were not well versed with the knowledge that requires to run their businesses.
Thank you. I usually tell my friends or my fellow colleagues that compliance is one of the biggest expense you can find as an SME. The minute you don't know how to file your returns, you know, you start a company, it's cool, year 1, year 2, year 3, and then TRA visits you, and then you have not paid your taxes plus penalties. My friend, you will regret even why you started that company to begin with. So usually compliance is part of, if not handled correctly, becomes the company's biggest expense. Because you might have 10 million in revenue, but you have 100 million in debts because of incompliance. So that is one of the issues that we face mostly as entrepreneurs. So an advice I can give is, as we start a business, make sure that you have a friend who's an accountant who can tell you what are the legal repercussions, what you should do. You can file zero even when you're not making anything, but failing to file results in major consequences. So I've gone through that myself. I know. When I started my company, I was a child, straight from school, knew nothing about compliance. 3-4 years later, I come to find out I have a debt of like 110, 130 million. You get it? So usually, and you can't say I don't know, there's a term, ignorance of the law is what? So if you're ignorant about the law, it doesn't excuse you. Simply because you did not know, it doesn't mean it's not a crime. Yeah? So let us, one, be knowledgeable of what we need to comply with in our businesses. And I usually tell people, most of the time we start the business because of fun, yeah? There's something I call the Z to A methodology. So A to Z is, I have a product, I'm looking for clients. That usually never works. You need to start from the clients and ask yourself, what do this client want? What does my market need, yeah? What do they need? They need water, they need bar soap. What do they need? From there is when you come and find a solution. But most of us, we start with a product and then we try to go back to the market. It doesn't work like that. So it works from Z to A instead of A to Z. Yeah? So I would like us to really, really bear in mind, because I've also done a lot of mistakes because of that. Because I'm like, I have a cool tech software. This is really cool. I like it. The coding is awesome. And you take it to the market, people are looking at you like, are you crazy? So sometimes it saves us the hassle when we know who our clients are. I remember somebody, one of my mentors told me, just because you know how to bake a cake, it doesn't mean you should own a bakery. Yeah? Simply because you know how to bake a cake does not make you a bakery owner. A business process, like just any business, has to go through a process. I like going to Kariako a lot. Who knows where Kariako is? Who has been to Kariako? I even take my kids there a lot of times. Why? Because in Kariako, they sell a lot of clothes, shoes, and everybody, shop to shop, they're selling similar things. And every shop has a client. Yeah? So no, you go there and you're surprised. How are these people selling, and they're selling the same product? Yeah. So the issue is not with the product. The issue is with your market. Who are your clients? Do you know your clients well enough? You start there. Yeah. And then you come back. So I know my clients. Now let me create a product that serves the clients. Thank you.
Yeah, I think speaking into that, one of the things that investors do when it comes to, for example, pitching, and this now I'm talking about the private equity space, investors that are looking to invest in equity, and it's good that you spoke of that, is that one of the questions, or one of the major questions that they ask is, what problem are you trying to solve? Because if you can't articulate the problem, then it's a problem. Because whatever business that you're doing, if you can't articulate the problem, then what solution are you actually providing? Are you really providing a solution? So you find somebody gets disqualified over something, let's not say simple, because it's an important aspect when it comes to looking for finance, especially when speaking about the equity side. But I think also, speaking into that, I think, Laura, I have brought about this issue of gaps that you see within the legal space of SMEs and stuff like that. And I don't know if there's any specific or particular case that you can actually attest to, that where, for example, somebody came up to you, an SME came up to you, or you came across that SME, and you were able to pick up some of these things, and maybe you even tried to explain it to the entrepreneur. but the entrepreneur didn't seem to get it. And then later down the road, they came into a situation where they found themselves in maybe that legal mess or whatever it is. Can speak to that.
Thank you. I will start with not even the legal aspects, because again, I've been working in the SME and startup ecosystem for going on 6 years now. And one of the reasons I have thrived in the sector is I am a pretty harsh person. And so in my discussions with SMEs and startups, I've often been the bad guy who has to be like, I know you think your idea is good. It's actually kind of not. And you know, no one wants to hear that. For example, there is a question I hear everyone ask. Development partners and funders, they have their own agendas. Okay, and wouldn't you be more worried to have a person who wants to give you money but they don't have an agenda? Ideally, you should know the person who is giving you money what their agenda is and be able to fulfill it. So when you're coming up with the business ideas, you shouldn't only know the question or the problem or the gap that your business or your product will answer for the client, but also for the bigger person, for the investor, for the bank. Why should I invest in your company? What do I get from it? And if I fail to tell you what I get from it, I probably don't have good intentions. But legal-wise, I like to say advising companies is just like being a legal advisor of the army. There is no two groups of people that don't listen like those two. And mainly when you look at SMEs and companies in the tech field, you tell him, okay, your idea is good, but you will go to jail because I don't see how the data protection for this thing is going. And they will tell you, my idea is foolproof, I know it. And then the next day, they will call you because they have been seized. And at that point, it's like, what do you want me to say? I told you from the get-go. This was, or for example, and this is even something I say to GIZ, and I will tell it to every SME here. You know, there are so many groups of people that are that part of what they offer SMEs is helping them register. And at so many points in my life, I've told a friend, a colleague, a client, don't be fast to register. And they have went ahead immediately and registered their business. You still don't know what you're doing. You don't know who you are selling to. You don't know what you are selling. You don't know where you are selling. You are still telling me you don't have capital, but you have went ahead and registered. Registering has a lot of legal implications, right? There are so many things that you have to file. There are so many things that you now have to keep. There are so many things you have to keep track of. But you're so quick. By the way, I always tell people, the people I am most proud of are the girls who sell clothes on Instagram. That person, only they in their personal Instagram know they have a business. Because at this point, you have 2 dresses. You have 2 dresses in your bedroom at home. What are you registering? Are you sure these 2 dresses will be sold so that you will buy the 2 other dresses? What are you registering? And when I tell this to people, either development partners who say, my program, I will help businesses register. And I tell them, how will you know which business to help register? You need to be careful not to help everyone register. Not everyone needs to register, not everyone. And I know it sounds like I'm violating compliance. It sounds like I'm advising you to run businesses that are unregistered. But, you know what we call mamambogas? You can be a mamamboga for 10 years without registering. Because at this point, you're not even sure that the cauliflower you are selling will sell tomorrow so that you can buy again tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. But you are registering. What are you registering? So all those are legal things, and even outside of legal things that you see in the SME system. Another thing, last that we add, is we have to be realistic with ourselves. Every day over the world, they say over 100 million SMEs are created. We are bound to fail. Majority of us are bound to fail. And before you open an SME, you have to make peace with that. It's the same with startups, it's the same with SMEs. As we are here, only 2 of us will make it. Only 5 of us will make it. And that's not bad. It's the truth. It's not mean, it's the truth. That's how SMEs work. They are trial and error. And it fails and you start another one, and it fails and you start another one, and you learn. The moment you make peace with that, the day life gets better.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic comment that she's made. And I think within the audience, is there anybody that can actually speak to that? Yes, madam. If you can get a mic to her.
Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Auma Christine from Uganda. Besides working with the shear industry, I'm an entrepreneur with the background of hospitality, but also a business leader that has really worked with so many youth and women, supporting them start and grow businesses. Where I come from, we have learned the importance of intellectual property, creation of the mind, and we know that we are very good at creating ideas, and there are those who will wait for your idea. So the best, we are told, is the best to do registration. And every time I'm speaking to a young lady, a young girl who is aspiring, the first thing I'll talk of formalization. And today is the first time I'm hearing do it the other way. So how do you advise one to protect their ideas as they're still trying for the next 10 years? And secondly, many opportunities come to those who are formalized. How many years have you been in business? Where's the proof? So I just wanted to also know how best to work around an entity that is not known anywhere, yet you're surviving. Thank you.
Yes, that is such a good question. And IP is one of those big things. And even recently, even the ESC recently came up with regulations around that, to the point that we are even regulating IP around traditional and folklore. I hope everybody here knows. So there are people who in our villages, including our grandmas, were really talented when it comes to folklore, but nobody ever knew that that's something that could be protected. And I understand your fear, and I understand what you're saying. And so the understanding behind being careful with the registration is it doesn't mean never register. And also, maybe I would also need to read more on Ugandan policy and regulation, because there are also instances where you can have something registered as IP before it even gets launched. But what I'm saying by being careful to register is many people have business ideas. And you have to be open with yourself to realize that so far, what you have is nothing more than a business idea. It's not yet at a level that it has to be registered. And so this is when you go in the discussions around, of course, what is registered is better. There's more likelihood of getting financing, investors, going to the bank. Of course, you won't go to the bank with something that is unregistered. But that's when you have to balance. Is what I have right now worth registering and all that comes with it? So, for example, if you are still doing as she was doing and you are at your college dormitory and you are still exchanging Ankara for Ankara and you have one Ankara, you know, by the way, not everyone is at the level where they're thinking of going for investment or going for whatever. Sometimes we are just starting. Sometimes you are still at the point where, you know what, me, I've realized I can tailor. So right now I can make 3 dresses. That person is not at the point where they, first of all, you don't have anything that is worth going for investment either at that point. So there's a point where you have to sit and balance and say, okay, you know what, I've started understanding what I'm doing or what I aim to do. I have started to figure out that even though I have a really small capital, at least I know I have this capital. I know that at least for the next 4 months, for the next 6 months, I see how my business is going to be still alive. Because trust me, I have seen a business that has not survived for 2 weeks. I've seen a business that has not survived for 2 months. And the reason I say this, even the process of deregistering a business. Has anyone deregistered a business here? How was it? Huh? Did you go one day and it was deregistered? It's a process. I tell you, once you have given the government this thing, me, I have a business. The registering it itself is a process. And of course, these are the things that we have to give our governments and tell them, look, there are more opportunities for people who are registered. But when I register, there is this and these things that are expected of me. And even the registering itself is a problem. So I would say to you, I'm not saying people shouldn't register, but before you register, first sit. Ask people who have registered. Once you registered, what did the government expect of you? And then find someone who has deregistered a business. Once you had to deregister it, what was required of you? And weigh it with what you have right now. And tell yourself, is this something to take this rip for? Because by the way, you can wait it out for like 3 months. You can wait out for 4 months. And of course there are risks and there is time, but also you have to be realistic with yourself. I don't know if this answers it, but I would say yes, eventually register, but first know that you have more than an idea. I never advise anyone to register an idea because this is a business registration, not an ideation camp.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Laura. I want to go to you, Esther, because here now we're trying to address the capital challenge. And you have a good case, a business that has been operating from college to today. What, there's this question of, SMEs accessing capital. So you went to an institution like Equity Bank. Equity was able to support you maybe in one way or another as you continued to grow. Now, one thing I know personally is that Equity looks at business very differently than a lot of the other banks. They've been very matter of fact. They've grown because of taking that extra risk with SMEs. But it would be interesting to understand some of the challenges that you actually had as you grew your business, because I'm sure quite a few people here can relate. And also, given that you have an established business that is scaling and continues to grow, what are some of the avenues or some of the channels that you have deployed to be able to access more capital from banks?
Thank you. I know people are not going to like me so much for saying this, but you do not need capital to start. You need capital to scale. Yeah? There's a difference. I've seen, especially with tech, a lot of tech companies, people are like, you know what, I have $1 million idea that needs to be funded, yeah? And they are being funded $1 million. When the funding has ended, they need another $2 million to be funded. So the business operates on funding, yeah? But when it comes to the business standing on its own, it cannot stand on its own. So I heard a joke someday. You know that punishment where people are hanged is called what? Like, what's the name of that punishment? Or people are, that punishment, capital what? Yeah, capital punishment. So a friend of mine was telling me, your capital is your head, number one. That's the first capital, where ideas come from, how you're going to execute your ideas. That is your number one capital, yeah? Once you have worked on your ideas and they have proven to be working, you even have 1 paying client, 2 paying clients, 3, then when you're trying to expand, then is when you can go and sit with somebody, an investor, and tell them, you know what, I need to go from point C to point D, but I'm lacking X amount of money. If you give me X amount of money, I'll be able to get this amount of money, I'll pay you back with interest, and this is how I'm going to grow my business. That is how we are going to see ourselves scale. So I'll speak on my case, yeah? For me, I started with 0 capital, 1. It's not because, okay, I started from college capital, yes, to start a company, but it's not because of anything. It's because tech businesses, you only need a laptop, yeah, and internet to begin with. So if you're a website developer, maybe you'll just get a laptop and, you know, internet and start developing websites. That's how you start making money slowly, yeah? And then once you have created a name for yourself, you start growing. So I'm going to be so realistic. Most people don't share their journey. So I remember when we were applying for tenders, you go to a tendering portal for a bank or a government institution, they tell you, we need 3 years financial statements, audited financial statements. We need this and this compliance. And you look at yourself, your company is just 1 year, and you really want to get that tender, what do? You can't get it because you don't have 3 years working experience. You don't even have audited financial statements to begin with. So what I started with was trainings, yeah? So I would go to a company and tell them, you know what, we're doing trainings on cybersecurity. Do you want to know how to secure yourself? Come and pay. So when people from, let's say, Bank X, people from a different government institution come to our training, they have to issue us receipts. So for them to issue us receipts, they have to register us as vendors in their platforms. You get it? Now, I automatically became a vendor without going through 3 years financial statement, audited financial statements, 7 years audited financial statements. So I hacked my way into the system. So that's what I did. So you start with something small that, you know, as I come in here, I'll climb up slowly. It doesn't have to be something of millions of shillings. It could be something really small, yeah? Let's say if you're doing a catering business, they're like, no, we have to compete. But you tell them, you know what, I'll be supplying juice on Fridays. Can I be supplying juice on Fridays? They tell you yes. But you can give me monthly. I can just be giving you, and then monthly you pay me. So once they pay you, now they have to register you. Now you're just a vendor there, yeah? Then you start climbing slowly. It doesn't have to be one big, giant, you know, tender. I remember one of my mentors told me, Esther, if someone starts a business of selling rice with 5 kilograms of rice, that person, even a pinch of it falls down, they'll feel so bad. Oh my God, like how? But if somebody starts a rice selling business with tons and tons of rice, even if like 3 kilos disappear, 5 kilos are stolen, they'll never really care. So the key is, yes, to dream big, but start really small. In starting small is when you get to know, is this working for me? Is this what I like? Or is this what I don't like? And then you graduate gradually. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think we should definitely clap for that, because these are some of the ideas we're looking for. In my case, just quickly, for some of you, you know that I'm a banker by training, and I was actually the head of credit for one of the big financial institutions here in Tanzania. And one thing that I noticed, that companies that aligned with the supply chain of companies that were well established, which is exactly some of what she's talking about, always did very well. Because, for example, if I'm supplying Vodacom and Vodacom is buying from me, and I go to the bank and I tell them the person who is paying is Vodacom, where do you think the security just moved from? It moved from me to who? To Vodacom. You see? So that's also another way that you can actually leverage as an SME to grow. One of the things, for example, in the US, and I think Jason can speak to this, you find somebody has no money at all, but they have good credit. Then they walk to some of these wazés who are selling their businesses, right? And these wazés, they basically, they've got children who don't even want to run the business. So the guys are 70, 75, 80, and they're just like, none of my children want to come and work. And they don't necessarily have a grand requirement for money. So some of the structures that they actually do in the US is that they walk up to a bank, to a financial institution, and they ask for or let me put it this way, they structure a deal with that person. And they tell the person, I can give you 20% upfront in cash. So let's assume the business is worth 10 million, okay? $10 million. I'm just using a hypothetical number. They walk to the bank, okay? They tell the bank, we want to finance this business, and we want to buy this business. But the seller only wants $2 million for now. And you agree with the seller to provide the 8 million value for the company on some interest, but you're paying him as per agreement. So what happens is that when you go, all of a sudden, you own this business, you use the same business, you don't have money, imagine. So you use the same business to secure the $2 million loan. Why? Because the seller has agreed to your terms. But what's important is that you have to make sure that you're constantly, I think Jason, you can explain that. That's what you call seller financing in short term, where the guy is 70 years old, he doesn't necessarily need $2 million. Now what is he going to do? You see what I'm saying? So there are these avenues and these channels that, by the way, even now here in Tanzania, in East Africa, it is beginning to happen, where older wazés, their children probably studied outside of this country, outside of whatever, and they have these businesses that they are not necessarily looking to come back to, Then the mzee is there, and there are these opportunities that you can actually leverage and open your eyes to see. But I think, speaking to that, I'd also like to touch on the private equity space. Have you had the opportunity of interacting with a private equity player at any time?
No, but I'm planning to now because of my mining venture. Yeah, so I really look forward to see how that's going to turn out. Yeah. And I also wanted to add to what you're saying regarding just as the Vodacom case. So when we started our trainings, so we'd have different people from different organizations come in. So one organization might send like 1 people or 2 people. So when clients would ask us for a company profile, we would have a list of logos of clients. Because you have TDCL, you have Vodacom, you have Airtel, you have CRDB Bank, all these people you have only trained, So once a customer sees all those people you have worked with, they're like, oh, if this person can trust you, then we can give you bigger jobs. So that's how we grew faster. Because people are looking at our profile like, you work with this one and this one. So can we call them to confirm that, yeah, we have worked with them. Most of the times they don't really ask in what area. But even if they ask, they say, okay, we have done trainings with these people. So with that, we ended up getting clients and getting trust from the industry because we hacked our way into the system, and then people believed us, and then the name picked from there.
Thank you very much. I think these are important issues that are being discussed here. Maybe if I can take a question from the floor. Yes, Geoffrey.
Thank you very much for the insights that you are throwing us to the congregation. I just want to understand if we can also use trust with this bigger financial institution as a currency from your perspective.
That's a difficult question to answer because each financial institution has its own requirements. So I'll give you an example. We got another bigger tender for a bank here. So then it came to my attention that I'm not promoting any bank, but I'm just going to say it. So Stanbic Bank gives invoice financing or LPO financing. So as long as you have a tender, you've been awarded a tender, let's say of 400 million, 500 million, and you don't know how to go about that tender, you can take your LPO to the bank and tell them, you know what, this is my tender. The money will come through your bank. Can you give me the working capital? So that's how we have been working. Yeah. So as long as you have a job on the table, there are opportunities for people to finance you because it's already a closed deal. But then when you say trust, let's say word of mouth, I don't think word of mouth is bankable. Yeah. Because people need assurance, like collateral. So what are you putting on the table in case whatever you're doing fails? Who are we going to hold accountable? Yeah. But for smaller businesses, it's okay. People can you can use trust as currency. That I've worked with Esther before. She seems to be really good. You can work with her as well. That works. But when it comes to bankability, it's a different ball game. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah. There are these things like LOCs and guarantees. That's what I was focusing on. Because we have bankers there, they can share also their experience.
It's interesting that you should bring those into the attention, but that's how do I put it? It's an interesting discussion because very recently, actually, last week, this is one of the things that I do personally. I help clients raise funding, and I had a Chinese client who came to me asking for a normal overdraft facility. But then after looking at his business, I told him, no. Wait a second. You should also put in place an LC facility and a guarantee facility based on what it is that you're actually doing. And I think one of the challenges that we have in this market, is that I don't know whether it's the training of financial institutions. People just think loan. And that's where the problem begins. Because what is actually supposed to understand is you need to understand how exactly your business works. And out of that, you can structure a facility with the financial institution that doesn't necessarily commit you to putting up collateral in a massive way. Why? Because the structure actually secures itself. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. For example, I'm bringing in goods from China, okay? I get an LC facility from a financial institution. The goods are coming to me, but the ownership of those goods are somewhat tied to the financial institution. So when the goods come in, right, the bank will pay whatever costs are supposed to be paid back to the supplier. But what the bank can also do is because they have custody or title to the goods, right, they can lend you money, what they call a post-import loan, against those goods because they have title to the goods. And when they sell, the money comes in through the bank and it liquidates, what do you call it, whatever exposure is there with the financial institution. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying. So these are things, these are instruments that are actually there that you can actually deploy. But I think one of the challenges that I've seen in Tanzania, and I think you can also speak to this, when it comes to financial institutions, some people ask, or some people look and they say, why are banks so rigid? But part of these are regulatory procedures that are in place. The bank can actually do nothing. When the bank is asking you for 125% cover for whatever it is security that you're bringing, that is a BOT rule. There is nothing that the bank can do but comply to that requirement. And this came from the beginning. I don't know whether, for those of you who remember when banks came in years ago, there were financial institutions like Meridian Briao. I don't know whether you remember Greenland Bank. You know, these are financial institutions that used to lend very aggressively. And what happened? They collapsed. They collapsed when they came in. And from that point, that's when BOT started instituting some of these things. So maybe, Laura, maybe you can speak to this situation with the legal requirements or the surrounding financial institutions and access to credit. Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, everyone. There is this myth surrounding insurance in banks, but when you get money from the bank, there is insurance. And if you religiously pay back your loan, where does that money go? And then the other thing is, unfortunately, they don't even tell you who are the insurance agencies they use. So today, the Holy Spirit told me to ask. It's a lot of money. Do you people know? So where are we quiet? For me, the Holy Spirit said, time is up. Where does that money go? And who owns that money? Because it is my money, mine. Eh? Legally, tell us you are very young, good brain, not old like ours. Let me know before, because when I go back to Uganda, yes, I would go knowing very well that this is what the law says. And it is now under East African context. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add to what the Holy Spirit told her. So, yeah, actually, last year we had a similar kind of issue. We went to one of the big banks and wanted a little bit of a good amount of money, and so it took a little bit of it was a process, but then finally they agreed to give us the money, and they brought the documents. And they're like, sign very quickly, you know. And we are like, oh, wait a minute. Look at the terms. And when we did the calculations, just the cost of that loan, forget about the interest, it was over 30 million. You know, insurance, this. It was over 30 million. And we thought, this is not good. So we had to decline that. So talking of that, I just thought I should mention that. So there's a problem somewhere. I think the banks have some issues. I understand the legal aspect, the requirement by BOT, but I think there are some issues that need to be addressed, honestly. Yeah.
Yes. I want to bring up a word, and the word is risk. And I only bring up risk as a former compliance and risk manager. Because, see, the thing is, risk is the one thing that takes out financial institutions. And again, when you started, you said SMEs are the backbone, but they're also the riskiest businesses. You see, when you hear Serena Hotel exists everywhere. If Serena Hotel Tanzania fails, there is potential to go and try to see if there is a connection between Serena Hotel Tanzania and Serena Hotel Rwanda. Another part of it is in established high income, high budget businesses, when you hear people of the James Mwangis, the people who have had time, there is something we have called piercing the corporate veil. Well, when these people, it goes south, these people misuse the money you are giving them. These people try to eat the money you give them. Any mistake, yeah? Because I don't know if you know what piercing the corporate veil is, but I will explain, yeah? Let's say I open a business right now. It's called Camera & Co. And me, I go to the bank. I ask for money. I fail to pay. It's not me, Laura, who is failing to pay. It's Camera & Co. Now, when I am a big business, when I am already money, high on liquidity, now the risk officers and the bankruptcy officers can start saying, but no, let's analyze. How did Laura manage the money they used? Now, if they find that one of the reasons Camera & Co. failed to make back this money was me and my personal problems, they can try to pierce the corporate veil, which means trying to bring back the responsibility to me as a person. Now let's look on the other side. There is Laura as an SME. The biggest thing I own in this life is me and my iPhone 16. Now you give me money. When it all fails, it fails. Being a risk officer is hard because your only job is to make sure that whatever fails in that company doesn't come back to bite the financial institution. So this is why you have to say no to many things, because you start analyzing everything. You, when you bring your business, you are seeing a potential for money. Me, I'm seeing a potential for issues. I look at it, I see all the ways you are going to. I tell you, I sit with your document and all I can see is how you are failing. We just wish we could sit with you and tell you. But me, I am looking at it, I am looking at the way you are in agriculture. Agriculture is known for failure. All I am seeing is how you are going to fail. And now this is how we get to the insurance. Now, Esther here can pay, but Laura has failed to pay. Where is the bank going to get money to cover the issues that come from Laura? Of course. Because at the end of the day, you guys have to understand this. Financial institutions, companies, their goal is to make sure that by the end of the day, none of the losses that happened affect them on their pocket. So you need to find a way that Laura will cover the mistakes of doctor, and doctor will cover the mistakes of so and so, and you have to be strategic with it. So that's why, for example, we even see it in social security. I don't know about here, but for us, for example, by the time your parents died when you are 20, they don't give you the money. And mind you, this is your mother who has been employed since she was 17, giving RSSB money every month, every month, every month. But their policy says by the time you pass away and your kids are mature and out of school, there is no social security. Simply because your money is going to be used for who? For who? Those people who die when their kids are 6 and they have 19 kids, how are we going to pay them? Do you want me to pay them using my personal money? How am I going to make profit? So we have to understand, and that's why I say, beware of people who you don't know their intention. Me, I always say, as a business, always deal with people you understand what they gain from working with you. You lose some, you win some. Sometimes when your things go wrong, they cover you. When they don't go wrong, they are lucky. It's the way life insurance works. It's the way business insurance works. And that's why we are harsh on you, because the risk analysis is high, because we are banking on the issue of we think that Esther will not fail, and this will be our way to eat her insurance. But now you have a lot of risk. The highest chances is that the insurance money you gave us will come back to cover you again. That's why we don't want to give you funds. So we want you to bring a business that we can see that it will make profit for the company. Guys, you are making profit for equity. How else do you think they survive? That's why they are not a small company, because on a day-to-day basis, my job as a risk manager is to ensure that even when risks happen, they don't fall back on the pockets of the company and the financial institution I'm working for. And also, segue to cover something we talked about on IP. I don't know if you saw me on my phone. I was trying to check with some of my colleagues from Uganda to check what are the requirements, because again, as legal professionals, we always say, I can give you legal opinion, but it's not legal advisory unless I work in your jurisdiction. Because I understand your issue that once you have started selling, once you have started producing, once something is out, it becomes public domain. So now it can no longer be covered in IP. So I understand what you mean. So what I was just trying to check is, what are the requirements to register IP in Uganda? Do you need to register IP as a business? Can you register IP rights as Laura without having a business? And while I checked, and the small detail I'm getting is there is an option of either registering as an individual or as a dormant company. I'm still going to check from my legal colleagues, and maybe even after this we will engage in this conversation. But overall, to say, you have to understand the reason companies and financial institutions are asking for insurance. It's because it's their only way, it's one of the ways we are going either to make profit back so that we can scale up, so that we can
But there's something that she touched on that I think now I want to put my banking hat on to help you guys, okay? Not that you need my help, okay? But I'm just telling you how bankers look at money in as simple layman's language as possible, okay? Banks are using other people's money. Always remember that. They're not using their own money. They're using other people's money. At the end of the day, people are going to claim for that money if that money doesn't come back. Okay? So businesses come, and when they present the documents, what is the first thing they show? We're going to make profit. You know, the projections are always very good. You understand? And, you know, if I get this 100,000, if I get this 1 million, and I put it into the business, my business is going to look like this. You know, everything is positive. Now, let me tell you how a credit manager like me looks at it. The first thing I ask myself, does this person have the capacity to repay this money with interest and on time? That's the first question. Does this person even have the capacity to? Yes, okay, fine, I've looked at the financials and everything, but does he have the capacity to repay with what? Interest and on time. Okay? Because you're constantly deploying that money. Okay? Then the second question is how much cash does the business actually generate? You know why? I don't care if you're making profits. I really don't care if you're making profits in the real sense of the word. But I care how much cash the business is bringing. Why? Because it is cash that repays my what? My loan. It's not your profit. It's the cash. Okay, let me give you something very brief so that you understand. Okay? Jason and I go to Dubai. When we go to Dubai, we buy a shirt. He buys a shirt for $15. I buy a shirt for $15. We come back here to Tanzania. But Jason says, I only deal with, I only sell if somebody gives me the cash. You understand? And I said, no, for me, I can give people 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even a month to pay back. All right? So, both of us go to the bank. When we bought the shirt for $15, we both came back and we sold the shirt for what? Let's say $25. So how much profit does he make? 10. How much profit do I make? 10. But when does he get the money? When he sells the shirt, isn't it? So how much money does he have? $25. You understand? How much money do I have? 0. I have the same profit as he does. We bought the shirt for the same price. We came back, we sold it for the same price. But he has $25 in cash, and I have 0. Who is the better risk? Jason. That's how bankers think. I've taught you a very brief lesson. So whatever you do, learn to manage your cash, because cash is the lifeblood of a business. Be it whether you're talking to an equity investor, you're talking to a bank. Cash. Cash, 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 cash. So as we wind up, 15 seconds from Esther. What advice would you give in 15 seconds to some of the SMEs here as we wind up?
I can see people have a lot of questions. But can we just get one question or two?
Very well.
And then we don't get to wind up.
Dispensation. Where is Dr. Liatu anyways? Okay, let's take 2 questions because I think...
Thank you. And my question goes to Esther. So Esther, can you share how do you manage your demanding work? Because I've known Serentic for about 7 years now. It is demanding, and the digital technology is growing, and you being a mother of 4 toddlers, because I don't know if they are teenagers, and a board member, a wife with the Wakwe, if the culture of Tanzania, and a lot of things. How do you manage them sustainably? Thank you.
That's a really tough question. If you ask how I manage, I really don't know. I take it one day at a time. So there's a terminology that I'd like to share with you. There's a glass ball and a rubber ball. Yeah? So a glass ball, if you let it, like if you drop it, it breaks. The rubber ball doesn't, just bounces. So family, health, career for me is the glass ball. Yeah? I cannot afford for it to let it down and break, for it to break. Yeah? So if at any given point in time, let's say I have a meeting and then my child is sick, I'll choose to look after my child and excuse that meeting. It's just having priorities, yeah? So we have to choose what is your rubber ball and what is your glass ball. That's how to differentiate the two, honestly. And the biggest thing that I can say is just God, yeah? We tend not to give enough credit, but it's just God. Because it's not like, I believe even the kids I have, it's not that they are my kids, they're God's kids that had to pass through me. So God knows how they'll live, how they'll grow, and things like that. So sometimes we stress a lot that, oh, I'm not with my child now. What if he falls? What if? No. It's the same God that has given you children, it's the same God who has given you businesses and a career and all this and that, because God knows you can handle it all in his own special way. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, my 15 seconds of advice is: one, dream big, start small. Yeah? Have a circle of friends or colleagues that you can work with. Yeah? Know a lawyer, know an accountant, know a business person, know a doctor, know a pediatrician if you're a mom. The people who will help you achieve your goals. Because I can be a techie, but I know nothing about accounting. Yeah? For example, now I'm venturing into mining. I'm not a geologist. I'm just a business person. So I need to know, I need to have a geologist in my corner. I need a lawyer. I need an accountant. All those things to work together. So as you're starting, don't do it alone. Don't do it in silos. Look for people that you can jointly work with to achieve your goals.
Laura?
Thank you so much. For my 15 seconds, I will start by the question she was asked. As a Rwandan person who hasn't lived in my home country in the last 6 years, I like to say there's a certain level of success that, if we're going to be honest, if you want to chase, you have to sacrifice. Me, I am not of the school of thought that everything is going to thrive at once. Whenever you are at work, is one more hour you could have spent with your family. And now, I think the only thing is to measure how you're going to do it. Because every day that I'm a good daughter is another day I could have been a better employee. Every day that I'm a good employee is another day I could have been a better sister. And I will add this thing. There are two ways to survive in business and in the private sector and also in work. Is at a certain point you have to divorce yourself from the fact that you are a woman. And I'm saying this because your business competitor is a man. So you have to be realistic with yourself. There are things you are going to lose out on, or there are opportunities you may not seize because you have chosen to go home to take care of your child. Even with GIZ, for example, if I can give an example, I work for GIZ ESC. I work for 8 countries. And whenever we have a policy that has to pass, we have to do validation meetings in every country. A validation meeting in every country can take 3 days. So if you multiply by 8, those are 24 days. Before I calculate the days I spent in the airport and the days I spent where, that's a whole month that I haven't seen any of my loved ones. And so, that's the reality we have to face. Now, if I elect not to go, my male colleague will go. And this is a sacrifice I have to make, understanding that he's the one that will make the director before me. And by the time you make that decision, you have to make it and be fine with it and say, you know what? Maybe there is a place my business won't get. Sometimes, maybe there are opportunities I will lose because I've chosen that me every day at 5 p.m. I will be with my kids. Or you can be cutthroat and be like, you know what? Me, I am going all in. The good thing with this thing they call feminism out here is you get to pick which one is your poison. You get to pick whether you are going here or you are going here. And you have to be sure that at the end of the day, you will make peace with it. Now, business-wise, what I will say as a person who works for a development partner is there are so many times SMEs deal with development partners. And I will give one advice today. The geopolitical system has changed where human rights are no longer the focus. No one wants to give you money anymore because you're a woman or youth. We are now in a situation where it's win what? Win-win. Whenever you go to bring your SME somewhere, whenever you are invited to a conference, wherever you are invited to a financial institution, be able to prove how working with you is useful for the other party. Stop this thing, the idea that someone will help you just to empower women, because if they help you just to empower women, they will do it just for visuals. And they will capacity train you, and then they will even teach you something that maybe you don't want to learn, and then you will go home and you will deal with your certificate.
I think the two ladies deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you very much, Esther. Really appreciate it. Sorry, they want a picture. Laura? Well, I hope you enjoyed that session. I think you've managed to digest your food. So we have now the last panel for the day, and we'd like to quickly jump into that. We ran slightly above time, but I think the challenge that we're having right now is that these discussions are interesting. And there's a lot of deep insight that is coming from the different panelists, to such an extent that you start struggling as to whether should I cut here or whatever, but it is my hope that you guys are enjoying these sessions. How many of you are enjoying these sessions? If I can see a show of hands. Fantastic, fantastic. Now, one of the things that I want to say before we move to the next panel, there's one thought that has come across, if you've picked it up. And that thought is think big, start small. I don't know if any of you are borrowing from that leaf. Because many of you, much as you are SMEs, I know you have dreams. But I just want to encourage you that you're in the right path. Don't look at yourself as too small, because even the big ones are telling you, think big, start small. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to invite the panelists for the next session. I will start with you, Jason. Once again, I think the introduction has been done for Jason. Is Lloyd going to be joining us this time?
I am on and I am ready.
He's meant to be joining us.
This is
I'd also
Lloyd.
like to call Noreen Toroka. Noreen Toroka is from ILO. Yes. I would also like to call Yusuf Sesanga. Thank you very much, Yusuf. Now, we're going to have 3 panelists for this session.
This is Lloyd.
The
This is
theme of
Lloyd.
this
Can you hear
session
me?
is incubation,
This is Lloyd.
mentorship, and the systems that make SMEs investable. Okay, so
This
it's
is
really
Lloyd.
about building the infrastructure for business. So before we continue, I would like to give the panelists 1 or 2 minutes to introduce themselves. Shall we start with Noreen? Do you have a microphone next to you there? No? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's already late. Yeah. My name is Noreen Toroka. I work with the ILO. I'm a program manager. I'm also part of the program unit. I coordinate the Kigoma Joint Program that focuses on empowering women and youth in agriculture sector, but also we do other sectors. And this is I said it's a Kigoma Joint Program, is area-based program. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes, it's an area-based program implemented in Kigoma only, but I'm also part of the ILO program unit supporting enterprise development, gender issues, but also I've been working with ILO on and off since 2007. You can see my gray hair. I grew up in ILO. I joined as a child labor coordinator, supporting livelihood component. Then I coordinated youth economic empowerment, then women and youth economic empowerment. So I grew up at the ILO. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
As you know, I'm Jason Benedict, and I'm the co-author and the co-founder of the Business Development Center concept. I think I'll just say that, the Business Development Center is, we like to think of it as a training-based business incubator or accelerator, to be contrasted with some business incubators which are primarily facilities-based. Ours is more focused on teaching entrepreneurial competence and giving the entrepreneurs the real-world skills that they're going to need to scale businesses. And so, thank you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Yusuf Sesanga. I currently I lead the Kingdom Leadership Institute, and but I have a background in horticulture. That was my first degree, and I have a master's in entrepreneurship and enterprise development. So I've been in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, supporting young people to start businesses. I've been involved in many different organizations, but currently I'm with KLI. And my passion is really to see people turn, problems into opportunities, create jobs, and grow the economy, because I believe the solution to our problems is in entrepreneurship. Yeah.
Hello, this is Lloyd
Thank you
Ward.
very
Can
much,
you hear me?
panelists.
Hello, this is Lloyd Ward. Can
As
you
we
hear me?
proceed, I think it's important to highlight exactly what the goal of this session is. How many of you know what scaffolding is? How many of you know what scaffolding is?
Hello.
You know, when you're building tall buildings, they
Hello.
build the scaffolds. Okay? Yeah. So I'm sure you've all seen scaffolding. But in business, sometimes while capital is important, it's not the only thing. And there are systems that need to be put in place to allow a business to be able to survive and to scale. So part of this discussion, which will center on incubation, mentorship, and putting those systems in place that will make your businesses investable, it's really about...
Hello, this is Lloyd Ward. Can you
some
hear
of
me?
These one-man shops into sustainable institutions that will grow and scale and make an impact. So it's really a question of getting the minds of these three wonderful panelists that are here, who have, years of experience, be it as strategists, as being involved in hubs, incubation hubs, and just following best global practice. So you're able to borrow from some of those ideas to be able to take in something that you can use.
Hello, this is Lloyd Ward. Can you hear me?
So this is the main gist of it. And that's why you see somebody from ILO and you're probably saying, what has the International Labour Organization got to do with SMEs? You know, but I think you'll understand the value of it. And I want to start with Noreen. Noreen, without doubt, businesses can find value in incubation systems. So how can we design incubation systems that address the specific cultural, obviously as these are things that you can actually speak to as being somebody within the ILO, the cultural and structural barriers that are faced, and I'll focus in specifically on one item, women entrepreneurs, because I think this is absolutely
Hey Siri, call Isaac.
something that that can be discussed.
Calling Isaac Patwa with WhatsApp.
So maybe Jason. Sorry. Okay. So it might help for you maybe to unpack a little bit about incubation before addressing the question, just so that people are aligned in terms of your interpretation.
I don't know if I can define an incubator, but some of us who are raising chicken, we can talk about where if you don't hatch your chicken or your chicks from the mother, you put them in the machine. And the
Hello,
machine
Isaac.
supposed
Hello? Isaac.
to hatch them.
Yeah, I'm
They
on, but
keep them
evidently you
warm, the
cannot hear
eggs,
me.
the moisture
Maybe
and
they have to check
everything
on
for
their
them to
end. It
hatch.
shows that I'm not
So
muted.
in business
but
time,
no one can hear
the
me.
incubator are centers
I can hear
that
you. Let me.
provide services.
So you
for
can hear it.
businesses.
Can you hear the panelists?
I can hear the
grow.
panelists. I can see the panelists, but
So in a simple term, I can say these are the centers
Correct.
that provide business
Okay, let me
services
try to fix
for
that.
women, youth, for any business, for any SME to grow. So why should we redesign? I understand we have incubator in Tanzania, a lot of them. Mostly they are urban-based, if I can start with that. Most of the incubators are urban-based. And some of you, maybe you have passed through the incubators. How many of you have passed through the incubators in one? For the women? Have you ever had an access to an incubator from Uganda? And where are you based? In town? In rural area? You are based in rural area. You must be one of the luckiest. So why should we redesign? For me, really, I will talk about redesigning the incubators. The incubator that we have, they are constrained by different factors, especially for women. One, they're urban-based, but second, they are not gender responsive. The service that offers, they are gender neutral and mostly tend to favor men because of the nature, the structure. That's why they save more men. Why they save more men? One, as a structure, they are urban-based. They don't provide most of the services that women can accommodate women. For example, the way they are built, they don't have, for example, for mothers, they don't provide safe spaces for mothers to provide services to their children. For example, for those who are breastfeeding, if a child comes to sleep, they'll have to sleep on your lap. Men do not come to the incubator with with the children, sorry. They come by themselves. The second, they have a lot of cultural barriers. When you talk about cultural barriers, most of the women coming from different ethnic groups, the cultural background differs. For those in urban areas, yes, they have cultural issues, but they are not affecting them as much as in the rural areas. Women are not free to move, for example. They are also constrained with the caregiver. We call them unpaid care work. They are caregivers. So the services that are provided in the incubators, they are timely. They don't have specific services for women that cater the time the women will be able to come to the centers. For example, for most of the women are business women, but at the same time, they are caregivers. If the services are provided, let's say, from morning to afternoon, that time a mother has to prepare children to go to school, has to prepare food at home, so they will not have time to get that services. So in redesigning all the centers or the incubator that we need to redesign, one should be very, very gender responsive, looking at cultural barriers that bind women from accessing these services. The second issue is as the incubators, most of them, they provide mainly training. You come there, you get your training, and mostly skills training. They are incubating skills, for example, the COSTECH, they are supporting on developing apps, tools, and everything. But the part of the business services is not there. So women who come there, for example, learning how to make soap, and we call them incubators. But for women to excel in businesses, there's more than only training. There are some issues, other factors that needs to be embedded in the incubators. For example, issues of access to finance, access to market, but the psychological support for the women who have problems at home. The peer groups who are there, they will be able, if they are provided with an environment where they can be able to share their problems and get counseling within business counseling as well as family counseling. The other issues in redesigning, also looking at women mentors who can be able to support the women. Women understand there's business issues, but there are families issues. All the women who are doing business, they do business and also have families. The lady here said she's married, she has children. Her situation is different from a man who is doing a business. A man who woke up in the morning, go to work, he can even call home and say, hey, I've got somewhere to travel. I've got a business deal somewhere, I'll travel in the evening. You pack his bag and give him. But for the mother, we'll start first looking at, how do I live? My children, someone who is sick, or there is a parent who is sick staying at their home. So all this should be provided at the business center where women who have families, they are able to be getting counseling on business as well as on the family issues. Flexibility of the services that are provided. They can be provided physically, but also now with the increased use of technology, they can be provided online. Women, we tend to say women do not have smartphone, do not have access to technology. I'm working in Kigoma. You invite women, 40 of them will have a mobile phone. They are in Instagram, they are in TikTok, they'll shock you. They know everything, but we are not using the technology to learn. We are using technology to chat, gossiping. This is both men and women, not only for, if I can add also, I think I talked about psychological support, but again, business support. There are modules, if I can add from the ILO. ILO, we are rich in business development models. And most of our models include the mentorship part. Myself, I work with the ILO. I took advantage of the organization and training module that I have. I'm a certified trainer for the Start and Improve Your Business. If you have ever heard about it, is ILO module, a well-known module. I know you have your modules, but you should also check the SYB module. But we have gender and entrepreneurship together is also a module that provide training on business services, but also has part of mentorship and care work and business. So it includes all this in one module, and we have developed trainers who also partly work as trainers, but also mentors, and they run informal incubators. For me, other structure that can be used as incubators. I'll give you an example. In Kigoma, we have developed young people who are now open the incubators as their own offices to support women on training, but also they provide mentorship, business counseling, they support formalization of their business, linkages to finance and market. But also we have worked with the community development officers. This is talking about taking the services to the women in the rural areas. We understand in Tanzania, we have community development officers in all ward, at ward level. So we have capitalized the structure to train the community development officers to be able to support women in business. And for example, for last year, the community development officers that we supported, they were able to support women in 171 groups, around 800 women and youth, and they were able to secure business loan from the government credit. The 442, if we have heard of it, is operationalized through the LGAs. They have received more than 2.7 billion Tanzania shillings. But they were able to secure this because of the structure that we developed in the rural areas to support women in the areas. So the women get services from the community itself than going to the urban areas because of the time constraints, as well as we talk about cultural issues. They don't have permission, for example, for them to go out. Before I end, I'll give another example of the women that we supported. This is a Maasai women. We came to, in 2015, I supported women in Longido. One of the women now, through the training and mentorship support, she's now, she has opened a beads shop in Kariako. She's the main supplier to most of the Maasai who are doing the art and craft on beads in Kariako. She supplies a lot. She goes to China. And that is after having her and the family understand the importance of a woman to have a business that will contribute to the family. Thank you very much. If I can stop here for now, I'll come back later.
Thank you very much, Noreen. I think it will also be important for you, Yusuf, given someone that is in the process of developing an incubation innovation hub, to speak to some of what she said, and also maybe speak a little bit about how you're taking SMEs and making them commercial.
Thanks, Noreen, for those insights. Yeah, I agree with you. I've worked with these hubs for quite some time, and I see that challenge of young ladies, especially when they come with babies, and you know that the training has to go on, and it's usually kind of can be an inconvenience, especially if the trainer is not so considerate, and even to other members, you know, participants in the training. So I really agree with you that these hubs, incubators, need to be gender sensitive. In our case here, I just want to show you the big problem that we have, the big gap that we have. In the country, we have about less than 100 hubs. I think here in Arusha we have, I don't know how many there are, but I know probably 2 or 3. And in these hubs, you have about, maybe each hub is serving about maybe a maximum of 200 people per year. And we have, on the other hand, we have more than 700,000 young people who leave college and they join the market, either dropping out of O-level or finishing college, or, and they are all, joining the market. And as you know, in our schools and colleges, really, in reality, people are not prepared for business. And then they go into the world and they are told, go and create your own jobs, because there are no jobs in government, and go and become entrepreneurs. But the question is, how? How do they become entrepreneurs? I believe many of you are entrepreneurs. You know how tough the journey is. So you really need that support. You need someone to hold your hand and show you the way. And that's the reason we are starting these hubs. That's the reason I'm happy that we have quite a number of hubs, but we still need many, many hubs in this country, because these hubs catalyze that process of entrepreneurship. And what we are specifically going to do in our hub, the KIT hub, Kingdom Innovation and Technology Hub, is to basically try to fill that gap. You have asked, how do we get these businesses? Someone was mentioning moving from A to B and probably to C, and then the bank wants to find you at C so that they can take you to M or to Z. But now, problem is, how do they move from A to B? Maybe they are able to move from A to B, but moving from B to C, where the bankers and the investors will find them, usually that's a big challenge. And that's the gap we are trying to fill. Being able, and again, I'm glad that we are working with the Regent University with their experience in building businesses, exchanging, the experience that they have, so that we create a hub that will be really impactful. And the idea is that it's not just, we don't want to just have businesses that are just mark timing. We want businesses that can actually grow and scale and create quality jobs. And that's why we feel there's this gap that we need to fill as KLI in Arusha, in Dar es Salaam, and other parts of the country, so that we can help the entrepreneurs grow from one point to another. Someone said, you may be a business person who works in your business, but ideally, if you want to grow, you need to be someone who, you need to work on your business. You need to create systems. It is systems that will help you to scale. Now, many of the people we call entrepreneurs are actually just working in their business. They don't know how to create systems. And we feel that we can help them create the systems so that they don't have to become slaves to the business. They can actually we can help them create that opportunity for them to grow their businesses, so that they can create quality jobs, so that we can improve the economy. So basically, that's what we are doing, and that's the plan we have. And so we are glad that we are launching the hub tomorrow, and we look forward to working with different players. I think ILO will be a very good partner. We already have Regent on board, and I'm glad that we have quite a number of partners already in this audience. So so let's build this together. We believe in working as, creating this ecosystem. We can't work alone. As entrepreneurs, you can't work alone. We need to be part of the ecosystem. And that's what we need to strengthen. We need to strengthen the ecosystem. So the hub is coming in to strengthen this ecosystem, catalyze these processes, so that we can become a very entrepreneurial country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Just before you get to speaking, before I forget, because I'm actually supposed to say this before the session ends today. just for your, I think many of you are aware that tomorrow we're having the Prime Minister here. So the security detail for tomorrow will be very different from today. And one of the security details that they've told us is that you need to be inside of this auditorium 2 hours before the Prime Minister comes. Okay, so technically speaking, by 8 a.m., everybody needs to be inside. Just in case you come in and people identify you as Osama bin Laden. So you just need to make sure that you're in here. So sorry for that disruption, but I just felt that it was important before I forget to mention that. So tomorrow you'll be required here by 8 a.m. to be inside, everybody. And you've got your government detail that will also be coming. We have 3 ministers who will be here tomorrow. So please cascade that information to those of, yes. I know. Yeah, we'll see how to cascade the information because we have their registration details. But I felt that it was also important for me to mention that, you know, before you find yourself, security detail is security detail. I think you understand. Yeah, it's not an individual that's coming. It's a government that's coming. It's a system. It's an institution that's coming. So, yeah, sorry about that. But Jason, thanks for that insight, Yusuf, because I know we're doing a lot of things. But I think, Jason, you obviously come from that world of entrepreneurship, where obviously at Regent University, there are some of these things that you're doing. And I think there is a leaf that we can borrow from you because the US is very good with incubating businesses. So my question to you is, you know, what are the core universal, call it business systems, that you feel that a Tanzanian SME, you know, borrowing obviously from the US, a Tanzanian SME must adopt to be ready for growth and international partnership? Yeah, if you can just speak to that.
I'll be happy to answer that. Before I do, though, could I comment on the previous question? Could I just briefly? So I just want to say that I'm very happy to hear Yusuf talking about the fact that we need something that's scalable, something that can meet the entirety of the need. I think there's such a thing as being accountable to the size of the challenge. You know, it's no good to have incubators that can only train dozens or hundreds if the size of the challenge is that we need to train hundreds of thousands or millions, right? And so I think that if the question is, what is the incubator of the future? What things do we need to add? What things do we need to change? I think that we need to have systems that can scale up so that we adequately address the size of the challenge that we're facing. And one of the things that we have done to try to meet that need is we've created virtual aspects to our BDC program. The way we stumbled, I wish I could say that we had the strategic foresight to be able to just figure this out, but the thing that actually prompted us to make that change was the global pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. So what happened is we were on the verge of launching a brand new BDC in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And so they're in Bangladesh. They had been working for months to lay the groundwork and to prepare, and they were right on the verge of launching. And I think their launch date was March or April of 2020, if you can imagine. And so they'd done all this work, and they were on the verge of launching, and then everything locked down in the world. Well, thankfully, these people that we were working with, our partners there in Bangladesh, were entrepreneurs themselves. And so they did what entrepreneurs often do. They pivoted to meet the need, and they said, well, I know what we'll do. We'll just go online. We'll use Zoom. And, they did that, and it worked really well. Surprisingly to us, it worked really well, and they had a fantastic result. And so Dr. Mulford, my co-founder, and myself, we saw that as an opportunity, and we said what we need to do is put much of the program online in a learning management system and create a virtual program that still endeavors to keep all of the relational aspects, all of the action learning components to the training. And so we did that with the hope that we would have a system that could now scale up to the size of the challenge that we're facing. And so I'm very happy to hear that that's on your mind. That's one of the things that we need to do, because I would love to see the day when every entrepreneur that wants this training can get it, even if they get it on their cell phone, And so that's the kind of thing that we're working on. Now, your question was, what are the universal systems that every Yeah. Within the SME itself, right? Yeah. So I would say that these are not things to borrow from the U.S. as much as they are truly universal. And so therefore we fall under the same constraints. In any free market, these would be the things that you have to learn. One of the things about the BDC is it does focus on, as the expression is, the nuts and bolts, of business skills and things that you need to start a business. You can spend your entire life learning about business, and probably still you won't have learned everything there's to know about business. Isn't that the case? I mean, it's a vast body of knowledge. But we discovered that there is kind of an irreducible minimum of skills that every entrepreneur needs to have if they want to succeed. I like to call that minimum enterprise competence. Minimum enterprise competence. These are the skills that every entrepreneur must share and every entrepreneur must have if they want to succeed. And so those things are things like the ability to recognize opportunity. The environment changes, the markets change, and you may find yourself in a business that is no longer viable. We're all looking at the changes that AI is likely to bring in the world, right? And it's going to be very disruptive. And it's hard from the place that we're sitting right now, even doing our very best to forecast the future. It's hard to know what the future holds. So one of the things that every entrepreneur needs to know how to do is, as things change, as markets change, how do we become very good at recognizing new and emerging opportunities, and then pivoting so that we can engage those opportunities. And like I said, the graduates from the BDC are specialists in this. They're specialists in being able to identify opportunities and then build a business model that engages that opportunity, hopefully within their life purpose, right? And so that's very important. And I think that is one of those things that is going to be, it's always been indispensable, it's always been universal, but it's going to become even more important in the coming days as we see the disruption from AI and other things that are on the horizon. You always have your basics, like marketing, finance, and operations, right? Marketing, finance, and operations. But marketing particularly, for an early stage company, a lot of times looks different than marketing for a more established company. So we focus on customer acquisition marketing and that kind of thing. But again, very real world skills focused on marketing, operations, and finance. Those two go together, right? Because every operational decision has financial implications. And so we teach those basics of operations and finance. So these are some of the things that everybody needs to know. I like to say that if you want to what does it take to scale a business? Because in the beginning, an entrepreneur is everything to their business. How does the expression go? You're the chief cook and bottle washer, right? You're doing everything in the business, but hopefully from the very beginning, an entrepreneur has a plan to scale, and the way you do that, and this is true of every business. I've had the pleasure of working with hundreds, if not thousands, of businesses across many different sectors. And the way that every business scales is by doing two things really well. You build systems and you build people. You could also say build team, right? You build systems and you build people. And so a successful entrepreneur is a master at building systems, those crucial, indispensable business systems that every business must have, and then also building people. The other thing that I might mention is one of the topics, of course, of our gathering here, and that is investment. You have to be able to do capital formation for your business. You have to be able to go out and get capital. One of the kind of the pillars of our training is the idea that entrepreneurs need to be able to be clear and persuasive. You can't find people to join your team if you're not clear and persuasive. You can't go out and win customers if you're not clear and persuasive. You can't find investors if you're not clear and persuasive. And so these are some of the kind of indispensable absolutes. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Jason. Now, unfortunately, they have to prepare this room. I told you an institution is coming. So unfortunately, they have to prepare this room. So we need to shut down a little bit sooner than expected. Sorry, can you confirm that Lloyd is
This is Lloyd. Can you hear me? I am on. Lloyd, this is Lloyd. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lloyd.
Oh, good. Oh, okay.
No, I definitely wanted to give you an opportunity to speak. I think you've been following through with the other panelists. And,
yes, can you give me 3 or 4 minutes?
Very well. I would certainly give you that opportunity.
Okay,
So I want to speak to some of the comments that they've given.
No, just let me. I've listened to almost everything that's going on, and it's been the panelists have been absolutely fabulous, and then the sharing of information and the opportunities to glean from each other and move forward, I think, have been amazing here. I don't think I need to add much more to that. I'm going to just take this time to share another perspective. I'm a capital markets expert. I was on the board of JP Morgan Chase. I know how money works in the world. There are 3 classes of money for economic development. One is grants and non-recourse loans. That's mostly from philanthropy. It's not from a bank. And that money is available even in Africa. I'm going to give you at the end a way that you might be able to access what I'm telling you right now. The second is debt funding. First, grants and non-recourse loans. Second, debt funding. Debt funding is from banks. It's conventional banking, senior debt, subordinate debt, mezzanine financing. That's all bank financing. And bank financing is financing that has to get the money back. And that's why there's a collateral provision with most bank financing. If you don't pay me back in cash, I've got your real estate, your house, I don't want it, but I've got it that I can sell it, monetize it, and get the money. It is the provision that if you don't pay, I still can get my money back. That's conventional financing. That's the way it works. And the problem in Africa is that we try to get everything through conventional banks, and it's not in their DNA. And in the developed world, there is another way. It's available in Africa, but underdeveloped, and that is equity financing. So again, let me give you the 3 categories. There's grants and non-recourse loans. Non-recourse loans, you don't have to pay them back. There's debt financing. Banks sit at the core of that. And then there's equity financing. And equity financing has several different tributaries. One is angel investors. In the US, there's crowdfunding, there's venture capital, there's private equity, and there's even public markets. That's 5 different channels. Africa has been excluded from developing financial systems, and you try to put all of that on the bank. Banks will not be able to fund the industrialization of Africa. Industrialization of Africa is going to come from grants and non-recourse loans and equity financing. One of the ways Africa is kept where it is, I am a global expert in finance. One of the ways that Africa is kept where it is because you do not, as entrepreneurs, have access to equity financing. And this is something we need to address. I am committed to help address this. And so it's equity finance. Even governments depend on debt to finance their annual budgets. Even governments in Africa. And in Africa, it's the most resource abundant land on earth. In the rest of the world, there's a saying, the golden rule. He who owns the gold rules. That's true everywhere but in Africa. France has more gold bullion in their national treasury than all the countries of Africa. This is the core. It is the core. And so I will yield now. But I will work with KNLT. I will work with BDC, and these are the infrastructure is against Africa to develop itself with its own resources. It is not for the entrepreneur. You're trying to do things with banks that banks don't do. Banks can't do. Banks get their money from the IMF and from the World Bank. Those systems are set up to keep Africa where it is, not to have Africa develop itself with its own resources. And as long as all we have as entrepreneurs to lean on to fund our businesses is conventional bank debt, we will never achieve the potential. 3 ways, this is all I'm going to say. Grants and non-recourse loans, debt financing, and equity financing. Now, the way you access this is get on ChatGPT, get on Open ChatGPT. I'm telling you, every one of you. And then you talk about your business and you say to ChatGPT, I want to know how I can make my business more affordable and interesting to grant and non-recourse funding. I want to know where is there equity funding that's available to me in my country. And you have to look at other pathways to capital. It is probably a most compelling way that Africa is being limited in participating in the mainstream of global economic enterprise. I will yield.
Brilliant, Lloyd. Thank you for that summary. And I think that summary pretty much sums up the day. I think he's hit the nail on the head. No, the head on the...
The nail on the head works.
Yeah.
The nail on the head.
I think in the interest of time and so that we don't cross the powers that be, I'd like to thank you very much, panelists, for your contributions. Unfortunately, we didn't take enough questions from the floor with respect to incubation, but you'll have to forgive us this time. This is definitely going to be an annual event. We're starting off on a journey, and it's going to get big. You know, people like Lloyd who've not been able to come, but they were very much willing to join us here. And he's got friends. And you heard him say that he was on the board of JP Morgan Chase. To cut a long story short, I think JP Morgan Chase is the largest bank in America, correct? I would not be surprised if it is. Yeah, but even if it isn't, the fact that it was even there is whatever. And he's been very supportive to us. It's not the first time that he's been involved in a KLNT event. And these people are ready to come down in person, and they're actually doing something here in Tanzania. So I want to thank you all for your time. Remember the protocol for tomorrow morning. Please ensure that you make it here as early as possible so that we don't have any challenges with you sitting in here. So panelists. Thank you very much. Round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. I hope it's been a great day for you. It'll get better and better. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you for your attendance. You guys will need to stay for a picture. So thank you very much. I can comfortably release you now. So feel free to, if you're going to mingle outside, please, so that they can continue with everything, okay? Thank you very much. Asante sana jamani.
Entrepreneurship programs are displayed on the screen. In case you need more details, please scan the code. The entrepreneurship programs are displayed on the screen. In case you need more details, please scan the codes. Thank you.
nikimfanyia kazi zangu, anibariki hapa nayo, msimuliwe sifa zake.
Okay, tunaanza dry run kwa ajili ya kesho. Tafadhali timu yote dry run kwa ajili ya kesho. Ushers tafadhali msiondoke. Team production team tafadhali msiondoke. Na secretariat tafadhali. Tuna dakika 10 ya kufanya dry run ya kesho. Watu wengine wote unaweza ukatusaidia kuanza kutoka kwenye room. We'll be having just 5 minutes for dry run. Secretariat, 4 points people, production team na ushers.
Nikimwambia mambo yote, anituliza moyo vyema, nikimfanyia kazi zangu, anibariki hapa nayo, msimuliwe sifa zake. Hana mwenzake, mponya pekee, afurahisha moyo kweli. Yeye ni Yesu, tumtukuze, nikimjutia nimekosa, anaondoa na mashaka. Yeye hapendi nikishindwa, hanipa nguvu